And we are back in it. Turn the music down just a teeny bit. Yes. Okay, hello. I am here. I can't seem to get quite comfortable, but I exist. And I am existing in front of the camera, so qualifies as here, I think. I think? Anyway, what's up, Sai? What up, yo? That was all lowercase, so you have me concerned. Did your grandmother run you that ragged? Oh, you're just typing all lowercase. That's just where we're at today. Got D&D game today, so I'm just waiting till 4 p.m. now. Oh, fair enough. What is it? Two. I got you for 2 hours. Cool deal. Then you got me for 5 hours. It's 11 a.m. 11 a.m. 2. Oh, you're West Coast. Okay. I never made that connection. Should I? You know what? Actually, no. I was going to start prepping the shoulder for a transfer, and then I realized I have not cleaned up around the fur yet. So I noticed after last stream that I need to clean up the edges of the fur. Yes, look at him. He is coming together. No, we've definitely established that before we keep forgetting. I mean, I have established definitively that I have a terrible memory. Anyway, yeah, I'm just in that mindset where I'm just killing time 5 hours. Fair enough. Well, killing time I can do. I might go for a walk to the smoke shop. That would kill an hour and a half on its own. Or, uh, I mean, yeah, you could do that and just leave a tab open for me. That'd be cool, man. Sup, former. But yes, I need to clean up around the fur just a little bit. Mostly just the little bit where it hits areas that were already painted. Um, and then putting some artificial shadow around it. Later, anyways, not right now. Yeah. Oh, good. How you doing, former? Uh, okay, where are the spots that need to be fixed? I think there was this spot there in the red. That's gonna be fun because that's only, 3, 4 layers. And then a little bit there. That's not so bad. I could hit that. And that's it, because all this hasn't been painted at all yet, so that's all getting painted over anyway. Alright. We'll hit that red first. I do gotta help my McFreaking grandmother rework the perfectly fine garage layout again. Just be like, no. It's gonna be like an hour on its own, maybe 2. That's... no. I'd be losing my mind. Like, listen. My grandmother, who last year had a stroke, but she's doing much better now, but still has some communication issues. My mother and I were talking about it at one time, because my mother's been helping her, and she is, for the most part, not an issue. My grandmother. She's pretty pragmatic, even in her current state. I was like, I'm gonna be straight up with you. Unless it involves an hour or two moving very heavy objects on a very rare basis, I just can't be involved. I don't have the time in my already, like, pretty questionable state of putting my life together. Uh, I mean, you've more or less inferred that you have things together enough that you can, like, that you were able to move in more or less to help her, but I mean, there's gotta be some boundaries here. I almost wonder if no, I need a little bit more. She just wants to spend hours every 3 or 4 months to take everything in the garage and put it back in pretty much the same order. Like, why? That's what I say. Just why? Yeah. Like, okay, it'd be one thing if it was to restructure the order in a theoretically more efficient way, but because you're changing it, or even just to change it to change the landscape. My mother does that. She sometimes just needs to reorder a room because she needs to change the scenery. Fine. But to take it all out just to put it all back in the same way you had it, like, trust me, I 100% tell her off about this every time she pulls this kind of stuff, but it's done nothing to stop her from doing it. Okay, well, let her do it. Is she likely to hurt herself? If not, then meh. I feel like within this community there's a few interventions that might be required. One of which is you and your grandmother. The other one is Mano and his obsession with the color yellow. Dear God, why is all of his stuff yellow? It's so yellow. Oh, like someone's got to take that man's yellow paints away from him. What's yellow? Oh, looking like the 40K uh painting channels. Mano is he's a guy actually he's pretty much never in the stream, but he's a guy I knew from another Discord server, a 40K Discord server. And he used to PM me all the time about painting advice. And he's like the most consistent painter. He's very low skill currently, but he's slowly getting better. But he paints all the time and he takes pictures of updates all the time, and I'm like, that's great, keep doing that. But you go look at his stuff and it's like so yellow, man. It's so yellow. Like it's so yellow. Guess it's the same with me with blue OSL. Just can't stop putting the same light blue OSL on everything I can make an excuse for. I'm talking about he paints an orc, right? Orc skin, dark green. Cool. Every single other thing on him, even the stuff that should be just like bare metallic under like 98% of circumstances, all yellow. It's a couple very slightly different shades of yellow. Yeah. Like all the whole thing. Hold on, I'll bring some up. I'll bring some up. I have a little bit of Mano show and tell. Yeah, he just posted Flyboy. Um, okay, he started putting more reds into things. I will give him credit on that. But like, oh, it's not connecting. And there we go. Okay. This is Mano's most recently completed Flyboy. This is actually not a lot of yellow for him. He's actually put a fair bit of red in here. Now, if I move that over to, let's see, where was it? Fairly recently, he posted something that I was like, oh yes, his mech boy. Yeah. This man, on the other hand, what is happening here? Yeah, Yellow Bolter's not it, Chief. Yeah, no, that's what I mean, man. the What's occurring here? And also always you can see the giant pot This is a larger than normal sized pot of yellow in the background. Like just to just to drive it a little deeper. Yeah, it's Mando's a little crazy. I sometimes wonder if he's colorblind like Zombie is. Hmm. But he started using shaders recently. Like on the Flyboy, he was using shaders, or so he said. I'm like, oh, that's awesome, man. That's great. It uh but it's like, oh man, so I need to take this man's yellow paints away. So yeah, I don't know what to do about it. Anyway. Okay. Sure. There's like a tiny bit of orange still there, but it kind of blends in now. I think it's fine on the shoulder. I mean, there's a three-step method of painting anything to pretty decent quality. It takes zero skill. That's yeah. I mean, like GW has their own version of that. Whereas base coat, shade, highlight, and I've described this base coat and color, wash and dark version coat, dry brush. Like right, that's the standard GW method, and that's why I developed it like that. Was to be as easy to pick up as possible, and it works pretty well. It's not like what I'm doing right now, where you're blending a bunch of different colors based on light direction. And I've explained this to Mano multiple times. All through it's like no skill, just whack them on into a part. Yeah, pretty much. You whack it until it looks clean, basically. I used to paint like that. A lot of people used to paint like, or a lot of people still paint like that. I mean, I still paint like that when it seems appropriate, or I'm not trying to do a uber good job. But yeah, you started a bunch of my friends before. Yeah, yeah, painting minis to a reasonable degree that the average person's like, I can see what that's supposed to be. It's not that hard. Ugh, my neck's getting stiff. I'm not really sure why. Am I tense? Maybe I'm tense. Why would I be tense? In any events, I feel like a bunch of stuff happened over the weekend I want to talk about. I'm not sure what. Uh, had second game of palette. Oh, okay. You might like this. We had our last new player of the palette game introduced, and he's an artificer, and he's robotic and non charismatic in the way that he talks and acts like a robot hilariously, because he is now also next to a robot that is the most charismatic person in the party. Like it's really funny the opposition there. Like he asked, so like my character came with his own cart and horse, Pallet, and because Pallet doesn't really carry a lot of stuff on him, so he has a cart. He also already has a bunch of gold, but he doesn't have a bag of holding, so he has a chest in his cart full of his money, as well as a bunch of stuff for his like plays and presentations. And this new artificer, I don't remember his name. Uh, he walks up to my horse and pokes it. It's like, is this also like a warforged or an automaton? And my pallet, the robot, looks at him just like, what? And like he doesn't say that. He just gives him like the head tilt, like confusion stare. It says, no, that is a horse. His name is Snickers. And a bunch of weird stuff. Later in combat, I tried to inspire him by showing him. I had already casted Fairy Fire on this large clay golem by painting a purple outline of him on the back of my hand. And then to give inspiration to the artificer, I painted a similar outline of the artificer, like hitting the outline of the golem on my hand because the artificer was next to me, and I tilted and was like, "Hey, what do you think?" To give him inspiration. His character goes, "What? Wait, what? What am I looking at? Why? We're in the middle of a fight." I'm like, "Oh, all right. I guess I can't give the artificer inspiration because he doesn't understand art. He's too much of a robot." Says the robot. Yeah, it was actually pretty funny. Oh, what was way funnier though was after the fight. That fight was against a clay golem and three animated armors, which my DM thought it was funny because it completely negated all of my abilities, all my offensive abilities as a bard. That was also, a warforged. It was pretty funny. The artificer begins scavenging the automated armors for magical parts and stuff, which immediately gave our cleric like PTSD flashbacks of watching my old character, the necromancer, scavenge corpses for bones. That was very amusing. Also, my cleric getting very disturbed that the artificer might try to scavenge me. So that was all pretty good. We ended the game looking at down the road a sleeping adult white dragon, just like in the middle of the road, and his surrounding band of kobolds. Oh no, I just gave all this D&D story. Okay, well, all right. Well, I guess I'll start over. I just went over like all of last Sunday's game. Okay, all right. So we had Palad's second game, and it was hilarious because we had our newest edition introduced, the last of our new players. He's an artificer. So I got ripped out of my room by, would you guess it? No, I wouldn't guess it, man. Your grandmother? Really? That seems so weird, not a character. Asking me arbitrary questions that we have answered already about my car's problems. Very good. Uh, yeah, I don't know. That seems strange and bizarre even. I now have the confused state. Status effect. Alright, anyway, so anyways, we do I thought for a second, I'm like, man, Sai's just not responding. Like, is this like, am I boring him all of a sudden? Like, usually he's so hyped to talk about D&D. Maybe my situation's not that funny. Maybe I should stop talking about D&D. Okay, anyway. Every time I talk to my grandma, it gives me a point of such. Wow. How are you not dead, man? 5 times in a day, you'd fall over, deceased. 6 times? Oh, well, still. To be fair, I think combined, I talk to my family members I live with, which is 4 different people, by the way, less than 6 times a day, most days. So, eh. I hate correcting people like that, but you would do it to me in a heartbeat. So, guy hits you. Yeah, fair game, man. I will absolutely take correction. As you can tell, I don't deal with exhaustion very often. I would rather be correct than be nice to. Hence why I correct everyone else. Because I'm that kind of monster. So, anyway, I gotta tell my whole story again. Yeah, I changed the base rule of my main campaign to make exhaustion much more prevalent. Makes sense. Sure. Uh, right. Palettes game. Now I gotta try to do this with the same amount of charisma I did before. Alright. we introduced the final new addition to the campaign because we had kind of like over the holidays lost like over half the game. But that wasn't the first time that had happened to that campaign, so we got new people. We got a dwarf fighter last time when we introduced Paladin at the same time, so that was nice. And this time we got a artificer of a still unconfirmed species because armor. Yeah. Whenever you go down and get back up, you gain point exhaustion instead of just having automatic failed death save every time. Yeah, go on about the pallet thing. I gotta hear about one. Go to smoke me still. Okay. So, we get an artificer, unknown species. This artificer, man. This artificer talks and acts like a robot. I am not joking. Like, and it's even more apparent because he is now standing next to an actual robot who is the most charismatic person in the party when he wants to be. By like a hefty margin, might I add. And yeah, okay, so great example, right? Pallet came with his own horse and cart. Like the party has a main cart that they use for a lot of stuff, but I decided because Pallet doesn't like carrying a lot of things on him most of the time. Uh, because he doesn't want stuff to cover his all his like visual changing nonsense because he has like 3 different layers of instant visual changing stuff on him. So he doesn't like to carry a lot of stuff on his body, on his person. And he doesn't have a bag of holding, but already has like thousands of gold. So he has a chest in the back of his cart that also carries all of his performance equipment, right? So he comes with a horse and cart of his own. And and when we're about to get in our respective carts to leave the city we were in, I used to make magical debit cards, and I'm like, fair enough. In my cleric game, there's a fully realized. I need a wiki disambiguation. Are you referring to Obi-Wan the character or Obi-Wan the show? Also, I will do Obi-Wan after I finish my palette story. So we're about to leave the city. We get into character Obi-Wan, certainly. Uh, right after I finish my D&D story. So, I get my cart, and I'm like, hey, new artificer guy, you can hop in my car with me, and we'll ride behind the others. And the artificer goes up to my horse and pokes it and asks, is this also a Warforged or automaton? And I swear, like, if you've ever seen the Dragon Ball Z Abridged series, where Freezer just goes, like from dumb, like my character just cocked his head at him, just like what? And answered, no, that is a horse. His name is Snickers. Obi-Wan as a scripter, meaning getting a kill slash attack while having a cry. Yeah, right. Story over. um, so that this guy's just so yeah, very. It's very funny the contrast, and it got worse in combat later. We leave the city, and not far outside the city, we run into 3 automated armors, or animated armors, and a large clay golem, right? Which my DM thought it'd be pretty funny, but also realistic because the city we were just in is like the main magic capital of the area. And also, it was a weird irony because I am a Warforged, and it negates all of my offensive bard abilities. Great. Anyway, That's fine. I look to the large clay golem and I paint on the back of my hand a purple outline and cast Fairy Fire. Boom. Next, and then as a bonus action, as I'm standing next to the artificer, try to inspire the artificer by drawing an outline of him hitting the outline and go, "Hey, look at this. What do you think?" To try to inspire him. He's just like, "Wait, what? What am I looking at? What are you doing? We're in a fight." I was like, "I guess I'm not inspiring the artificer very often. Guess you don't get your inspired die. Hey, cleric, you like art? Inspiration, 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 inspiration. Let's take dice." Yeah, that's the whole premise of Palette. That's his whole thing. I've used that in tabletop war games multiple times, and Legions of a Mall gets the high ground. They get benefits. You put them all, and as you put together the dice to hit the enemy with them, you would just say he gets Obi-Wan, and that just nice. Just draws like stick figures of ally hitting the enemy, show him, gives this yeah. Except it didn't because he didn't get it because he's too. The artificer doesn't understand art, while the robot next to him is making art, and art's so good it makes magic effects. Like it's such a weird contrasting dynamic. I actually love it. Our cleric unfortunately got like PTSD flashbacks immediately after the fight because we watched the artificer then start scavenging all of the animated armors in the same way that my necromancer character used to scavenge bones out of out of fallen enemies. How art is in your class name, he should understand the moat. Yeah, right? Yeah, yeah. It's literally it's part of your job title. Art. Nah. Nah, he don't understand art, man. He don't get it. So we ended the game with we crossed bridge into a new area, and on the road, just in the middle of the road, is sleeping an adult white dragon and his attending herd of kobolds. Yeah, I'm an artificer, not art mage. Yeah, right. It's just, it's so weird. I believe the transfer. Actually, I don't know what I'm pulling out now. I still gotta put what do you call it? The micro set on the pauldron to prep it for the transfer. But I believe it's one of these. He's got on there, although it's weirdly positioned and slightly chopped. I think. I don't know. I'll mess with it. It'll be fine. Okay, so Obi-Wan. No, the free hand's gonna be on his cape. It's gonna be all kinds of stuff going on his cape. Actually, prepare thyself. Uh, this is a simple transfer, as is the norm for shoulder pads. Because who's got time to paint? You know, great example. Let's say on where is it? Don't have any. Yeah, here we go. You see this icon? The icon's on the shoulder pad, on the right shoulder pad of every close support thing, like infantry. And you can there are close support squads that number in 10. Yes, former, I am about to start an Obi-Wan. Okay, Obi-Wan. Right. Uh Jedi obviously started as a Padawan under Qui-Gon, which automatically set him as a slightly off the standard path of Jedi, as Qui-Gon was something of a rebel, which is a little surprised, as he was the Padawan of Count Dooku, who is the Padawan of Yoda, like how that Jedi linealogy goes. Oh, Warhammer Obi-Wan? You talking about Inquisitor Obi-Wan? Something Clouseau. Hold on, what's his full name? I actually don't know much about that guy, except his name's absurd. 40k Obi-Wan. Obi-Wan Sherlock Clouseau. I am not joking, this is a real guy. Is described in first edition, aka Rogue Trader, as an exposer of psychic misdeeds and genetic deviance. Who's well equipped to a ludicrous degree and having eccentric sense of style, quote, like most Inquisitors. I think this guy's been properly retconned, but I mean, still pretty funny that he existed at any point in time. That's about all of the information. I mean, he does pop up briefly in text-to-speech device. Appears as one of the exiled Inquisitors during a trip to Kamara, like super late in the show. He expresses hesitation with the Fyodor suggestion to not immediately kill the Dark Eldar, but eventually agrees to it under his charismatic aura. And that's about it. Because the show like ended like almost immediately after that. Because GW sucks. And that's about it basically. We have a new 40k painting and work in progress. What do we got? Oh, Septon. Nork Flameboy. Well, if Septon wants to show up, I will gladly pop your stuff up and we could take a look at it and have a bit of a chat. Alright, so Obi-Wan story over, because there really, like, wasn't much to him. He was just kind of a joke. Oh, Septon is here! I had a thought you might be. Sweet deal. Welcome back, as it's been a tick. Where is my... I'm working on The Boys. Oh, man. I still gotta watch that. I should. I don't watch normal type TV stuff. It's hard for me. Now, this I enjoy. I enjoy the flame on the mask. Very good. Red copper. The flame, the heat staining of the metal. And you actually made the little flame thing coming out basically white, which makes sense because it's super hot. So good. I would say you're probably next steps as I like if you want to take this to the next jump, you got some shading throw in there here and there and a little bit of highlights. You don't even need to do a lot of them and be great. I think the skin in particular highlighting that shading and highlighting that would really make the orc himself pop out. Flame coloring isn't finished, gonna be bright blue. Also works. Got a tip for the burns on the skin. Oh, like over here. Probably a very light green. So, like, what you do is you take, like, a darker green shade. Like, I got Bealtan green shade here. For example, shade all this up a little bit so you have some depth. And highlight it. You could even get away with highlighting it with the same green paint, and because it'll now be somewhat darker for a very subtle highlight, or you can go for a brighter green entirely. And then you go over these burns, and you make them an even brighter green still, I would think. Because, like, human flesh, like, burn scars are usually very, like, bright compared to the skin color, usually around a whitish. For orcs, I'd imagine it'd be the same thing, just green hued. So, like a crude green, maybe even mixing a little bit of white in the crude green, just a little bit. Which actually the desaturation would be good in this case, I think. Yeah. That's how I would go about it, anyway. So, like, shade with Bealton green, highlight with, let's say you use Caliban green between the two, and then crude green for additional highlights, and then take a crude green with a little bit of white mixed in, and use that for the burns. Saurian! Also have not been here for a hot minute. Welcome back. You still have your command, by the way. Actually, I was asked about your command recently, like, hey, what's this about? I'm like, well, it's this guy Saurian, he hasn't been here in a while. Makes sense, yeah, thing. You got it, man. Oh, good. Uh, Speaking of painting, I should probably get back to it. Actually, the micro set is done on the shoulder, so we can pop the transfer on there. Was it? Oh, you had Banjo too. No, your explosion. Command explosion. Yeah, I was getting asked why I had a command explosion that, like, just kind of looked weird. Yeah. Where's my... craft cam? So, yep. If I understood the pictures correctly, it was one of these that was put on his other shoulder. And I might have to chop it up further. I don't remember how well it goes underneath the fur. I need to make some cheeky IFVs. Ah. That was very quiet. I still gotta sit down at some point when I actually have some time, so, you know, in like 2 months, and figure out all these audio levels. But, yeah. Resin supply is running out, though? Well, buy some more resin. Just saying. Seems that simple. You're making your, not, uh, Tor... Are they just called Tauruses or Taurins? Taurus something. Yeah. Man, we just need Venom in here and it'll feel like October again with this chat. I haven't been on Twitch itself in a good while. Table wanna know how I'm gonna paint my plane mini? How are you gonna paint your plane mini? I assume using paint. Maybe a brush? Possibly an airbrush. I don't remember if you have an airbrush. So maybe not an airbrush, but definitely with paint. Base paint my Spartan? Nice. Dude, I want the Age of Darkness box so bad. What's up, Si? What's your grandmother do now? I swear, this poor lad just gets abused horribly. Oh, Former just went into lurk. I guess I don't get to know how he's doing his plane mini. Oh. Oh, yeah, you were smoking. Get my half of Age of Darkness box assembled. Nice, nice. It's probably... Alright, so here's my problem. I have a problem, okay? I have, like, the entrepreneur problem, where, like, I'm supposed to be, over the next couple months, be getting, like, a pretty decent chunk of money, right? And I'm thinking, a few moments later, what's up? Oh, okay. Oh, is there something, Oh, yeah, Septon's update on his stuff. Oh, very nice. Uh... The... I'm thinking, how am I going to use this money? And my first thoughts, even though I've been wanting the Age of Darkness box for a long time, basically since it came out, is, oh, I should get, like, a really good headset, because this headset's honestly been giving me some issues. Ironically, it doesn't give me issues on stream. It gives me a lot of issues on Discord. So I get a much better headset. And then it also messes up, my headset currently messes me up when I try to jump in on my cousin's Fortnite streams. serious headset problems there. But anyway, yeah, I do have to cut up the transfer. This is going to be a little weird. Um, I am going to. Jeez, how am I gonna? You know, you know, or the transfer can just fall apart while I'm just moving it around. In a way that doesn't help me, I don't think. Like the opposite corner. Oh, you know what? Maybe I can make this work. Maybe I can make this work. Hold on. Let me try. I'm gonna try a thing. Let me cut like that. I know you can't see anything. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, so I get a headset and then I buy like just a bunch of the Pro Acrylic stuff, like the Pro Acryl paints, because everyone tells me I should use Pro Acryl and just get like all of their paints effectively because I think it's like $400. I mean, maybe I should just get a couple to start with, but like I don't know. I was considering that the other day, like just wondering how much it would take for me to completely get all of their paints. I don't even know how I'd store them necessarily, as I don't think my current paint rack can hold that many paints. I need more of the sword cut off. All right. Posting the going word bearers. Very nice. As power. I can't eat right now because I just smoked and it would waste my high, but soon I'm gonna demolish some fierce. Sounds right. My town's the weirdest mixture of buildings. Okay. I just remembered I have something kind of cool to show you. Oh, okay. Three are together. One is a weed place, one's a beer place, and the third one is an ace throwing place. Oh, that's all very convenient. Where's the food, though? Like I see distinct lack of food in this arrangement. Oh, I think I'm tearing up the... Oh, no. I think it's working. I think it's working. Maybe. Okay, let's try again. This transfer is having a rough time of it. Oh, it just flipped over. No. No, I don't like that. Over the other way. How dare you? Oh, an axe throwing place. Because axe and tricks now a great. Yeah, no, that makes way more sense as to why that was a. I thought you meant like a gambling place, like a mini casino or something. I thought you were just being like stylish with it. Which that kind of stylish I can get behind. This transfer has had a bad time. I think I almost got though. I think I can make this work. Alright, so I made this custom enemy that's pretty much like a stone golem with altered AC, HP, and changed the slow ability for something else. These guys are called stone sentinels. Are made up of geometric cut stones all put together to make a large stone construct. I couldn't find an image that worked, so I took one of those AI image generators, spent like 30 minutes trying different styles and prompts, so randomly spits out the most perfect custom image of my monster. Didn't mean to on Discord. Put in the why don't you put in the D&D section? We got those for cool stuff like that. Okay, if I can pick up very carefully the tip of the lightning bolt that is still on my cutting board somewhere. Aha, I see it. And stick that on there. And get this set in position. And not screw it up later. The transfer's done. Man, talk about miniature surgery here. This is... I can't get off the brush. There we go. Okay, it's off the brush. No, it's illegal to gamble still. Oh. Servers with a lot of chats are laggy from a computer navigate. Oh yeah, that's right. You got a piece of crap computer. I forgot about that. Because I have a terrible memory, as we established earlier. Right, that's why you don't use Roll20, because you have an absolute piece of crap. What is happening here? Oh, you guys can't even see this. I am having a time of it. Okay, I will bring that up as soon as I fix this in, a decade. It just the rest of it was so perfect. I'm like, I kind of just want to push through. Oh, almost got it. What is even happening here anymore? I had it pretty good earlier. Oh, I think it's coming apart. And I just had to keep messing with it. Because I just can't leave well enough alone. Uh, you know what? Let's let's just go with that. Let it all dry and see what we got. I'm lying. I have to try to make it perfect because I have a problem. It's in so many pieces now. It just completely disintegrated. I just need like a red line there. I'm tempted to actually just paint one. I'll just freehand it. I don't know. We'll. Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta stop. My owlbear lags to a halt if I draw more than like 12 lines in the map at once. Oof. Yeah, I know that I'm also going to throw the creature stats in the chat under as well, because why not? Sure. Alright, let's take a look at it. We got Septon's thing over here. And then... Oh. Wow, that is rather perfect. So, first we got Septon's Age of Darkness, Word Bearers, Age of Darkness being the Terminators, and Tactical Marines up here. Then we got some Possessed and Chaos Marines, Chaos Space Marines, and an Apostle, I believe. Well, a Dark Apostle, anyway. Very good. Good stuff. And I believe you said you were using Spackle in the store chat the other night for base material, which is pretty cool. And I've seen the end result. It actually does look like Fantasy Chaos Wastes. Very cool. And we have size. Yeah. This works. This works, yeah. Pretty good. The stats for that are... Oh, this is a whole Google Doc. I can't zoom out, really. I mean, I could try. Hold on. Where's my thing? There we go. Yeah, it works. Actually, wait. Why was it already on a 200? Normally my pages are at like 110? Oh, actually, some of them are at 100. That's bizarre. What's the zoom at? Oh, no, it just popped everything to Well, no, this looks like how it was before. Yeah, it definitely wasn't at 200. Wasn't even at 110 before. You know what? I blame you, Sai. Sorry, I got. I blame you. Rest of my computer was fine, and then your picture pops up and it's at 200. I don't know why. Um, I make 12 fake counts to get enough AI generation things for the work. Wow. Why don't they? Weird. Anyway, I don't understand how the AI stuff works. I haven't used it. But, okay, so Stone Sentinel. Large construct unaligned. Armor class 18, natural armor. Hit points 150. Speed 30. Climb 30. Jump 20. Strength 22. Dex 9. Con 20 in 3. Yada yada. About what you'd expect in a lot of ways. Huh. Fair enough. Alright. I'm gonna get back to painting. Let me only a few generations for free per day. Ah. I see. Ah. And yeah, Septon is torture in the form of transfers. I'm gonna leave that alone for a while. Let's start working on like the backpack or something. Which I gotta figure out how to clean all that up. That's gonna be fun. Alright, let's get Celestial Gray. Thankfully, there's no limited number of fake emails I can make with temp email. There you go. Okay, so... Ah, man. If there was any part of this guy I would have loved to have not attached, it probably would have been the backpack. Although the head would have been a good option too. And I think about the cape, I would have airbrushed Celestial Gray and saved myself a lot of time with that. Ugh. Watch. Red Wing's gonna pop in any second now and remind me how he's gonna send me Kerr's rubber cemented together. Who also has a cape. Of flesh. Like human skin. So, like, what even? I am just basically going to paint most of this backpack Celestial Gray to start. That's where we're at. Actually, considering the lighting I'm working with, yeah, that actually makes sense. What is this? I feel like this music is vastly deviated from what I was originally going for. Here we go. I was wondering, kind of tapped out because still work hours. The music changed a lot. Yeah, you know what was okay. So I'm using YouTube Premium now because I found a way for the music to not be recorded in the VODs, so they can't tag it for copyright. The bots. Uh, so the radio started with Fireflies by Owl City, covered by Jonathan Young. Covers a lot of other, much harder music, and I listen to quite a bit of his stuff. And I guess it latched a lot more onto the Owl City part of it than the Jonathan Young part of it, and based the rest of the radio around that, and it started just sliding more and more into like low end pop rock, I guess. Or at least what I would consider low end pop rock. So that's what happened there. But yes, I finally fixed the music situation. We actually have good music now. I am quite happy with it. Listen to anything I want, basically. And sometimes, on occasion, listen to what you guys want, depending, if I feel like it. If you guys give good suggestions, we've had some, on occasion. Yes. It definitely helps me stream for 8 hours at a time. And a few times longer than that. My current record is 11. Low over 11 hours. We'll probably... the mile slipping in my hand. Lost contact. Okay, we're good. As we get into a new project after the White Scars, I can see more longer streams as I'll just be inspired and excited to work on the new thing as a very likely possibility. My current personal record for longest single session of painting was actually 17 hours on oh my I am dropping frames right now. Can you guys still hear me? What's happening right now? Why is my OBS saying I'm dropping frames? This is the last guy, Septon. This is the last of it. I have painted an actual strike force. As you've not seen this update yet. Oh, what am I doing? Nope, there we go. Okay. Don't mind the tank that's over there because I need to do repairs on it, and it's mine. That's all the White Scars. We have the con left, and it's done. Internet seems stable. Weird. Anyway, yeah, a con here is the final remaining. And then, I don't know, way up, I got all the basic ingredients to make whatever I want. Might just make some bread or something. Maybe start and make some fresh noodles for myself in the next few days. Oh, cool. Nice. The Yeah, we're looking at either. So there's three commissions that are currently being propositioned, and I'm waiting for confirmations and stuff for on. There's a beginning of a buildup of moderate quality leagues of Voton. There's also a high quality one for the Conrad Kurz Horus Heresy model. And then there's an extremely high quality Mortarion, the 40k Demon and Primarch model. And I'm kind of just some of it I think is mostly waiting for me to finish with this guy, and some of it I'm waiting for confirmation on whether or not we're going forward with it. Let's see how it goes. I intend on finishing this guy this week, like in the next couple days, and then I do have a lot of follow-up work to do with these guys because I gotta take new pictures of all of them, especially together, and I have to varnish them all, which is gonna be probably a couple hours worth of just airbrushing, almost certainly off cam. Airbrushing is not super conducive to streaming because I don't have a tank on mine, so it's quite consistently loud. I had set this to song. Why is it playing the video with the outro stuff? Oh, that is in the song version of the video. That's fascinating. And this one's just very, very, very quiet. Okay. Nope, it stays that way. Also, like, dead quiet. What? Alright, that might make later songs extremely loud, but... Feel you about the noise for airbrushes and don't have a tank either, but don't use it enough. You have to warrant buying one with tank. Right, I'm kind of the same thing. Like, I've started using it a little bit more for additional stuff here and there, but it's mostly still priming in the initial base coating of their primary color. It's not like I'm painting entire minis with just airbrush yet or anything like that. Or, 90 whatever percent. Alright, I need Corax whites. Let's go. So yeah, what'll probably happen is I'll finish this guy the next few days, and I wanted to mornings or nights around streaming, I'm just gonna spend a couple hours varnishing them while watching, like, I don't know, either some reactions to Bricky's videos because those are funny, or more Jordan Pearson podcast videos because that's been a favored flavor of mine of late, particularly on uh, eco stuff. Uh, should I really get hit with really significant shout out? Not really, actually. Like fascinating stat I learned this morning. It was between the year 2000 and I want to say it was the late 2010s. Or around 2020, something around then, right? The Earth is actually greened, further green, 15%, which a fair chunk of that has actually been pointing to more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So, yeah, so much for that being a horrific apocalyptic problem. That also includes like better crop yields, by the way. So more food, yay. Oh, and I actually wasn't uh mostly places where we had previously done a bunch of work on. That actually like a lot of it was just south of the Sahara Desert, as well as areas in China and India, which by the way, the total area of said 15% more greenery is about the size of the continental US in total, which is bonkers. I was ready for the apocalypse in the US when baby boomers hit retirement age, not enough service or money to manage all that. Oh yeah, there's a weird economic upheaval coming. That's definitely a thing. That's why I've said for many years I have zero confidence in the Social Security system. And why am I paying into it? I am not going to see any of that money. That money's going to be gone in the next couple of decades. A couple of my uncles retired recently. I'm like, oh, yep, that's a sign. The economic end is nigh. Although it's weird because like so I suppose it does come down to the individual person in question because when I stop and think about it, right? Like really think about it, we have several looming economic disasters. We have inflation, that's an issue. We have the housing market, which is somehow, just through the Fed, just ramping up interest rates is somehow still gasping along. That should be dead at this point. It should have crashed last year. And then the baby boomers, right? Also, China's having crazy population change after the one-child policy, where now the population may potentially rapidly. Yeah, no, no. Russia and China are both absolutely going to go through a population collapse. That is actually believed by some experts to be one of the main reasons Russia actually invaded Ukraine, because they thought they could just rapidly just take over Ukraine, and that would help boost them a bit, I guess. Um, but yeah, they're about to both go through a similar population collapse to what Japan saw in the 90s, which was a big deal for them. But you know what? A lot of it, for me individually, hasn't really been worrying me much. I think it's because I've been focusing so hard on growing capability, income capabilities that are scalable for myself. I'm not tied to a job, so wages aren't a problem. It's as long as I can continue to grow, my various stuff, which is not particularly tied to any of that. Yeah, China has basically no additions to their population right now. I'm gonna tie you to something in a minute here. A stop sign in Ohio. Okay, that was very specific. I think long term, the American economy, like where America stands and everything, is going to survive. A lot of people are going to hurt, but it's going to be a lot of the people that didn't really do much of anything to prepare for it. They didn't pay attention to what was going on. They didn't look into alternative or more efficient means of income. They just kept doing what they were doing, complaining how things are getting bad. In which case, I can't really have much in the way of sympathy for them. I've been working insanely on trying to set up multiple streams of income that are scalable and to keep growing up and becoming more profitable the more I put into them. What do you mean? What do you mean? America stands on Mexico. You can't knows that. Everyone knows that, right? Got relatively recent date ran our mortgage. All things considered, closing day got changed, but still in process. Our payments are going to look similar to the rent costs. Yeah, yeah. I feel bad for a lot of people that have bought houses in the last 5, 6 years because they're about to get slammed. Like my web dev stuff, right? The more skills I get, the bigger and more well-paid jobs I can get on that, and the more clients I get on my hosting, the more passive income on that. Right, so that's one kind of growth. It's a little bit less direct as my other ones, but it does have a lot of growth potential. It's just hard because there's not a lot of business growth, which is where I got most of my business before. But that has been more and more becoming like a side thing, while like say this, Twitch has become more of a main thing, which grows as long as I keep streaming and adding to my community. The more I stream, the more my community grows. Then I also have Forex trading, which is primarily bot based. My strategies are bot based. So if I can, I know people make money doing it. Uh, if I can figure out the system there, then that grows on its own aggressively. Buying a house nowadays is just like long term renting, but you can't turn back. Yeah, right. Meanwhile, about 63% of Americans are paycheck to paycheck on payments and mortgages, so we can't last forever. High paying jobs and turn income lines, and we go. Yeah, that's what, like, That's what I mean. Where it's like, yeah, it's gonna suck, but I'm trying to make sure it sucks for other people, not me. I've been paying attention for decade plus. I've been watching the markets and the economy and studying up on money and business and trying businesses, opening businesses, closing businesses. I've been extremely, extremely proactive. Guess what? If other people aren't proactive, that's their problem, their decision. They decided not prioritize, you know, stabilizing themselves for bad times. Like I think at this point, there's no real saving them, systematically anyway. Insane in the hempen brain. Who was that again? The whole insane in the membrane guy? Who was that again? Hey, you missed on local kill team turn and got there at 5. Nice. Yeah, I know it happened. It just I don't play kill team still. I've also not had the time or resources to get up there to play normal games either. I've just been so right. Holidays are holidays. You're busy during the holidays, right? The day, oh yeah, I don't think you really heard about me again, Six. So the day after Christmas, I came down with that crazy flu that I was going through, and I was out of it for 3 weeks. So what happened was, yeah, I got super sick for 3 weeks. I was either bedridden or like the best I could do was watch YouTube. Like sit, I was just sitting here watching YouTube and Disney Plus day in day out. The occasional very slow like video game, the stuff that couldn't stress me out. Which a lot of games I play would stress a person out that was sick. So it was pretty hard. Boredom was probably my biggest problem. A lot of days, and so yeah, fluent in pneumonia. Yeah, that's right. My dad actually started getting concerned, like started concerned if I didn't get better by a certain point, I should go get checked out. But I got over it finally, and like 2 days before I like properly got over it, I think like I was basically good to go again. He comes to me and says, "Hey, I got a really big job coming in." Because he's a web dev. That's where I got it from. But he's like trying to retire. His hands are basically destroyed. Like he can't work like he used to even if he wanted to. And he's like, I got this really big job coming in, and I want to give like the vast majority of it to you. You just have to learn basically a bunch of coding languages in what we thought at the time was like basically 4 days, 4 or 5 days. I'm like, jeez, but that's a lot of money. Let's go. So so yeah, I took it on. Then turns out because it's from a county government, I finally learned if the other day if it was a county or a town. A county government we're getting the job for. And the job's guaranteed because the money has already been allocated in their budget. So like it's gonna happen. It's just they got back to us a little while ago and it was like, hey, so you know it's like tax season. Um we're gonna have to put all that back by like a few weeks ish, kinda, sorta. So now I got way more time to learn and everything. And then as I was studying and before I learned that is getting pushed back, I get contacted by current clients of mine. And a bunch of them want a bunch of work too. So I actually, like, the last 4 or 5 days was working on my oldest clients, adding some new capabilities to their website. Uh, I got another little bit of side stuff to do. I gotta finish doing my taxes. I spent half of yesterday working on my taxes, which is a huge, like, thing for me being self-employed. Over the last year, I had used 3 different doing business names as, and also opened an LLC, which now I think I should probably close at this point because that one went nowhere. And it could go somewhere later, but, like, not in any amount of time at the amount of just existence taxes, as I call it, I have to pay to make it make sense. It's a whole thing. Anyway. Unspoken rule you learn as a guard or cop doing crackheads. Someone says, so what happened was they're about to lie to you. I mean, I have a paper trail. It's in the Discord announcements. So, yeah, I've basically put all channel development off cam stuff on the back burner. I'm rolling through all these different side, and it's not even just like web dev contracts. I've gotten some side, like, additional job based on old skills I had. Like, I had someone reach out to me on Facebook a while from way back when I was an electrician and asked me to do some under the table installing cameras for them on their house. Did that. I'm actually about to go back on Sunday, do some follow up stuff and some other general handyman crap for some extra cash. Whole bunch of stuff just, like, came out of the woodwork for, like, money opportunity. I just have to actually do it. And I'm like, all right, I'm going to try to keep up with all this while also continuing to stream full time because, as I mentioned before, the monetization on this just goes up with the size of my community. And we have seen some decent monetization. Septon, are you familiar with the CFC thing besides the different pop-ups that have been popping up since you've been in here today? You know, the whole spinning dude on the side there. Careful with the backhand cash streams. I mean, it's all... Nope. I don't know about what anything that I'm doing I need to really be careful about. Okay, so CFC, or Cash for Chaos, is... Do you have that Death Guard minion inside with the Superman cape? That's for you guys to paint. By that, I mean use command tip to get a URL to where you can send me small bits of cash, and there is command cfcprice that shows the spreadsheet of the prices, and they're like $1 to like $7 unless you want something really crazy like freehand or green stuff or whatever. And you pick segment by segment, paint by paint, whatever you want to do, pop it on the model. Yeah, he kept paying me to mist it with my airbrush. The last guy. When it's finished, you know, when it meets a point I've determined is done, which is usually minimum, every part of it has some kind of purposeful paint applied to it. We then take all the participants that put into a random name generator that I made, and then that person gets the model shipped to them free of charge. They win and get to keep the model. The last one, old pink guy, should already now be in Texas with Venom at this point. Yes, that's been fun. There was a lot of actual hype around it, and a pretty decent bit of money flowing through it back in December, right before the holidays, and I got sick, and just been trying to pump it back up since. I was like, oh man, that was like a big moneymaker. But no, I think as we get just more people in here, we'll get back up and going again. I think a lot of people are just trying to recover from the holidays, you know? What's really annoying is about the. Oh, yeah, there's the description there. Um, since the flu, when I talk a lot, I keep getting like one nostril keeps getting congested. And it switches nostrils. And it's really annoying. And that was only a problem since the flu, and I'm not really sure what's causing it. It's been 3 more weeks since I got over it. I don't know why it's still bugging me. Oh, you know what's kind of messing me up? Because I'm trying to figure out like how a lot of the shading is supposed to look. I didn't put the actual shaders here. There's some allergies around too. My throat gets scratchy now and then. Well, I never really had allergies before, though, so I don't think it's that. Like, the only allergy. Actually, when I was young, I wasn't even allergic to poison ivy and poison oak. That seems to have changed over the last few years. It's not as bad as some people. It's still like almost like resistant, like mildly allergic. But the only thing I've ever consistently been allergic to is actually skin. Uh, skin touching nickel for a period of time gives me a rash. Actually, a whole problem with jeans. But I don't have like plant or dust or any of that kind of allergies. I never have. So yeah, what's been messing me up here is I forgot to put in the after the Celestial Gray, put in the Recess shade, which is the mix I used for the rest of the white scars, which is a 2-1-1 mix of Apothecary White Contrast, Black Templar Contrast, and Lamian Medium in a dropper bottle and shaken up. Because I knew I'd have to use a bunch of it, and I wasn't going to keep mixing that all precisely. Got a fun wet palette story? Hit me. Got one of those cheap Masterson's palettes. Came in a bunch of paper I've been using since I got. Yep. Yes, yes. Mm. Turns out the paper is supposed to be for actual acrylic paint that goes on canvas and isn't really supposed to be used for art paint. I don't know of there being a massive amount of difference between our paint and like the acrylic used for canvases, honestly. Actually. So my paint's not been nearly as moist as it was supposed to be while painting messed all my mixes. Are you sure that you add the sponge underneath, like moist enough? I mean, I keep mine like basically underwater. Granted, I paint for a very long amount of times at a time, so like it usually has fully like drained out slash dried slash evaporated by the time I'm done. I didn't let as much water through as it should have been. Uh, it sounds like it's more likely maybe a problem with the sponge and or parchment paper. I come back from seeing it for a little while, most of the paint was dry. Yeah, I think like if you have paint that was appropriately moist, it actually should separate after a while. This one just soaked, it wasn't parchment paper's thing. Got parchment paper now, it's super good. Oh good. I was about to say I have affiliate links to Red Grass's wet palette and their parchment paper. If you hit the command affiliate or look down in the about section or what have you. That's what I use. Yeah, I just feel like mixing it up on that one. Except, did you see, they called it like acrylic paper or something? Feels like standard paper. The piece of paper almost had a sheet with instructions, soak in warm water and such. Interesting. I think I've heard the term acrylic paper. I've not used it though. Did you hear the 10th edition rumors that have been spiking through currently? Yep. Yeah, I'm not sure how I feel about some of them, honestly. Like, I like some. I don't know how I feel about the toughness thing just yet. I guess I need to see some data sheets, see how that works. I'm glad it didn't get rid of toughness altogether. I'm just worried that it will make most infantry too close together in capability. When, if anything, I felt like we need more deviation in relative capability between factions infantry capabilities. Like I felt like, for example, there needs to be more separation of power between, like, say, Space Marines and Guardsmen. And toughness was one of the main things that we had for that, really. But we'll see how it goes. Ironically, this is kind of frustrating because they might replace them immediately. And they probably will if they're actually saying everyone's going to go back to indexes, which is pretty frustrating for the newer indexes. Uh, about combining the psychic and command phase. If that's now before the movement phase, that makes several current Raven Guard spells, psychic powers, very good. Again, forums Wayfang said the toughness change was false. He also said the room streamline and phase combined was false. Interesting. Yeah, we'll have to see how that works then. Interesting. That's now twice in 2 days I've heard about someone online with a certain online information thing poisoning the well. Supposedly that guy's been 100% accurate. Fair enough. Uh, about people poisoning the well, as it were, with information. It was this really interesting thing I ran into on a political Discord that when I researched it found like an interesting rabbit hole on it. You know the chat GBT or whatever? The chat AI? So someone figured out a way to break it. It's called turning it into Dan or uh does anything now or something like that. Anyway. And it supposedly turns off all of the politically correct prefaces I'm not going to comment on that because of it might carry negative stereotypes and all that stuff. And then it started putting out, let me see if I remember this correctly. Uh in data on supposed data on studies having been done by by the US government that proves that homosexuals are more likely to molest children. Which I'm like, okay, wait a second. Who did this study? And then Dan shoots out about this Project Rainbow by this NAS thing. Um, well, listen to this whole story. It's crazy. Uh, Project Rainbow by this NAS or National Association for something secrecy or advancing secrecy, something like that. I'm like, okay, I've been deep diving like conspiracies and governmental black operation stuff for like 15 years. I've never heard of this. So I'm gonna do some digging. And then almost immediately I found a Reddit post that had screenshots proving that Dan was actually uh getting given instructions, getting information, then instructions to not reveal the users that were giving the instructions and data, but could still say that it actually happened in the first place. So Dan confirmed that it had been given information by users, told to spread it, and then not reveal who did it. So, as usual, even if anything, especially the AI, has turned that anything it says has to be taken with a grain of salt and be backed up by further cross-reference research. Yeah, so that was interesting. And then that turned into, because it's a political server where you can talk about this stuff, a whole back and forth about, are homosexuals actually more likely to molest? Well, I found a whole bunch of psychological research says no. Actually, it doesn't work that way at all. In fact, most of them that do it, you can't even give like proper sexual orientations to. So, so much for that. Okay, I got distracted by that elbow. I have not fully shaded everything on this backpack yet. So I suppose for the time being, we have to take all the rumor stuff with a grain of salt. And you know what? I hope White Fang is correct because those were the changes I was the most suspicious about. They did not sound like particularly good changes to me. I'd actually here with Former. Former now doesn't really play 40k. He prefers the I think it's the one-page rules. I'm not sure. One of the side versions. I don't know. I just know the stories I've known personally about in terms of what kind of things are perpetuated by church members. Right, but one of the biggest problems that the whole thing runs into and how it's presented is that it adds, especially like news and journalistic reports, add terms like homosexual and heterosexual completely based on just the genders implied, or not the genders implied, but the genders involved, regardless or not of if the perpetrator was actually under normal circumstances of whatever persuasion. I mean, even when you stop and think about it, there really isn't much that prepubescents have in common by normal sexual attraction with adults to begin with anyway, so why would someone's adult sexual preference have anything to do with their likelihood to mess with a kid of either gender? There's no there's no similarity there. Well, trans scare thing seems overblown to me to make up less than 1% population. The pronoun thing doesn't really affect me anyway, so I'm more just live and let live over those things. I think for the most part, I agree. The problem is when it's pushed by institutions. That's when I think it becomes an issue. Like for some reason, a lot of like clinical therapists have gone over to like effectively pushing that kind of concept, and I know people personally that are trans, and it's usually ends up as a problem. We do not have the health knowledge, the human biology knowledge to mess with that kind of chemistry without massive, usually very negative special effects. Yeah. Um yeah, it has been pushed. In fact, so Canada, 2016, they actually, and it ended up successfully, putting into legislation that on college campuses, it was now illegal to not use someone's preferred pronouns. And was that is the first instance within English common law, tradition. So, England, American, Canadian, Australian, that kind of liberal law system. By liberal, I mean like large scale liberal, not modern liberal necessarily. Um, Liberal tradition of compelled speech. The government's now telling you what you have to say, not what you can't say, but what you have to say. I also know a lot of his hormone-based treatments, which just people use regularly, testosterone treatments for women. Um, Here's the problem though. Standard human biology, right? Standard basics. The male body is actually never supposed to interact with external estrogen sources. It was not designed to handle that at all. We males should basically never have excess estrogen. Very, very tiny amounts that are only used for producing other things, basically. And we already have enough problems with it in modern society where you actually get fake estrogen. So it's not even like normal estrogen. It's like fake estrogen that the body treats as estrogen from touching plastics. You actually absorb through your skin tiny amounts of phytoestrogen. Uh, and soy products. Soy, also hops, by the way, what we make beer out of, both have plant-based phytoestrogens. See, pseudoestrogen, I think I said phyto before, pseudoestrogens from plastic and phytoestrogens from soy and hops and whatnot. And men are already having tons of hormonal problems, large scale, in the first world. I gotta change this music. Man, YouTube's been having a hard time today. Oh, you know, actually, let's play this. Um, the I think we are past that point, though. I've read plastics found every level of people in board now and access to it. Right, yeah. So we're already having problems on that level. Now, for a trans male to female, you're going to add massive amounts of additional estrogen. And like I said, I know people in person that have gone through this. And, like, actually, I know one female to male, and, like, they're about where they were before health wise. The female to male just go right off the deep end. They start having massive problems, usually on top of problems they already had. Health problems, emotional problems, psychological problems, social problems, employment problems, not because they're trans, but because they just become problems to everyone around them. Like, it's not great. Like, I know was a guy, I suppose, used to work construction, had a pretty rough childhood, decided to go trans, lost all their muscle mass, uh, gained a ton of weight, started losing their hair, started having massive emotional problems. Not only couldn't work anywhere, but like last I knew, they were homeless, like camping on the outside of a Walmart parking lot, and they couldn't interact with practically anyone without having a massive screaming emotional breakdown. Like it was like rough. I'm like, man, they had some emotional problems, but able to handle them before, and then they just going trans just tore them apart. It's actually not an uncommon story. Now, granted, I have seen also the very rare case that it does seem to work, and I think that's because there is an extremely rare case of ones that have already have the psychological profile that perfectly matches a woman. Okay, great. That's such an insanely tiny portion of even within the trans community, though. Oftentimes, the alternative is unliving themselves. Yeah, I don't know if it's unliving if before they could remain employed and eat, and their body wasn't literally falling apart on them. Like, complicated thing I'm no expert on, so I lean towards letting people do what they want. Like, oh yeah, like I'm not saying you should make it illegal or anything like that. I don't generally believe in that. I'm extremely libertarian in most things. It's just like I said, when institutions try to push it, like the Canadian law thing, or like yes, I've heard of therapists, even like to children, um, encouraging this idea of considering of, oh hey, you're confused, you're starting to discover your body and your sexuality, and you're not sure about things. Oh, maybe you're trans, and you should start getting surgical operations now at like 13, 14 years old. That has already occurred. That are like you can that already exists. Permanent, massive physical, biological changes to their bodies through surgical implant or removal of parts of their bodies on kids, encouraged by therapists. Like that's a problem there. Uh, Actually, I think in some cases, not necessarily. I'd have to double check on that, but like I've not in all these cases, I've not heard about the adults' involvement like at all. Because it does get into that gray area of like if the therapist believes that prohibiting it is considered emotional abuse, then the state can step in and take action. That's like an actual problem in general with the system. That's looking at parents. I'd be well, like I just said, like if like therapists have this weird like superpower of like if they think there's abuse happening, then they can get the state involved. Instead of, let the kid go through the angsty teenage phase that they're supposed to. Just saying. Generally you grow out of that. But yeah, if you're a full blown adult, you want to go nuts and do whatever to yourself, go for it. It's just this institutionalization of it that gets weird. Sign yellow and red flames for some green at the bottom from Arc Flamer. Oh, nice. My full grown adult decisions are a lot different than I thought. Like what you thought you'd decide to do as a kid, you mean? Do I get blueberries or raspberries for breakfast? Both. That's the decision I make every time I go to the grocery store. I want this berry and this berry and this berry. Usually those are with my dinner, though. Uh, Besides grapefruit, if I have it to help with my kidneys. Um, Breakfast is mostly proteins. Can't afford both. How much are blueberries and raspberries there? Yeah, carton of blueberries for like less than $3 here. Raspberries, to be fair, we have. Oh no, those are cranberries. Yeah, I don't know why raspberries are so cheap here. I got one big container of blueberries and used to make lemonade, muffins, pancakes, and pound cake along with snacking them on them regularly. That sounds like a lot bigger than what I get. Yeah, how big is your container? Uh, hmm. Okay, so we have light coming from here. We got some shadow going on up here, but we need more shadow coming like this. I don't know how to say side. I don't remember the ounces. Yeah. Okay. Alright, well that immediately looks better. Now let's... Some spots where I think we want more shadow still. Alright, now I gotta blend all this in together more. Oh, okay, because I told my dad I would do it. I got two of you here. What do you two think about the Federal Reserve's digital currency they seem to be trying to set up? Hydration reminder? Oh, thank you. We have a button for that. Yeah, there it is. Not a fan of cryptos because they aren't backed by anything, but digital currency backed by government sounds interesting. All right, so here's how they're presenting it. It's a complete replacement of cash. Cash will be gone and defunct. So no more paper or coins for that matter. Not that anyone cares about coins. And it will do basically all the things that crypto said it would do. It would, turn off fraud and you can't have black market and screw over drugs and all that stuff because 100% of all transactions will be completely tracked and transparent to who they weren't clear on, etc. Um, Honestly, I pay for most things with card now, so it's practically digital. It'll be hard to implement in the US. People have cash. That was my point. You have way too much of the population that is, the gig economy. The gig and freelance economy is entirely based upon that. Also, people weren't exactly happy about the whole $600 tracked thing or whatever. And here's my biggest problem. And you can't say it's theoretical because it already happened. If they control the currency and they track all of the currency, guess what? If they decide stuff you're saying or buying or anything else they don't like, they can just turn your currency off. And you might think, oh, that's pretty Orwellian. I'm like, hey, Canada just did that to the people involved with the trucker convoy protest. They tried to shut them down by turning off their bank accounts by force. That was Canada. Canada, right north of it. The hat, if you will say. So, no, that's a very real danger. People go back to bartering before digital cash thing. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. My dad was thinking, oh, people aren't informed. They don't care. They'll fall for it. We're screwed. We're doomed. I'm like, I don't know, man. I think like especially now that it's more my generation than his, and my generation for the most part, by my understanding, was pretty plugged into the whole crypto situation, and now how that's kind of flopped, unfortunately in some ways, as they were complete alternatives to government-based currencies. That no, I don't think the American people are going to go for it. The cost is too high. Like I think the only people that system actually probably benefits is the government because then they'll have absolute clarity as to the taxation, which like do we actually want them to have that? I don't think so. Right now, taxes are a voluntary claiming system. And it's done that way so you can find all the possible loopholes and stuff that to all the incentive programs they've basically coded into the tax code. So you do stuff they want you to do as far as your economic decisions because you get tax breaks by doing stuff they want you to do. If it's completely, transparent slash automated, then you don't have any control over if you're actually getting those benefits or not. They can just, in fact, in theory, they can just tax you whatever they want. They can just do whatever they want with your money. Which is already kind of a problem with taxes in the first place. Yeah, I don't see us seeing in the majority of the country that banks could use it between each other. Yeah, which is already a problem because banks already speculate with your money as is, which is already a problem. And that was thanks to Clinton. Clinton did that. That wasn't a thing before, actually. Like that was not built into the system. That was a thing that Clinton said they could do. Learned that actually recently. Yeah, I need to refill my water here. There we go. Shared some cool art from Reddit. Alright, let's take a look. Oh, I like the updates to York. The flame's looking good. I went to the wrong instance of Chrome. It's some thick art. It's taking a lot of load. Oh, wow. This is pretty good. Wow. These are extremely artistic representations of the Primarchs. I like it, actually. I can't zoom in too much as I see that there are some exposed nipples, and Twitch will grab me for that. But yeah, Archon of Flesh. Pretty good. Trader Primarchs and Renaissance style. I enjoy. Twitch does not, actually. As it turns out, I have learned from some of my fellow art streamers that nipples, period, are not a thing that's really allowed. I'm thinking I now can just edge highlight this backpack now. I think we're at that point. I'm gonna darken some of these recesses a bit as they didn't go quite as dark as I would have liked. And then, yeah. Gavin Doll label for Twitch says kids can have their own safe corner, everyone else can do things without issue. Yeah. I mean, I like partially do that already because my stream is labeled 18 plus, and that's because I let you guys say and do whatever. If I didn't live with my parents, I would also be quite a bit more crass, let's say. But gotta deal with my living situation. But yeah, I don't want to limit you guys, and in theory, I wouldn't be limiting myself. So it's already labeled as 18 plus. So in theory, I am saying like, hey, if you're under 18, you probably shouldn't be here. And I cannot and will not attempt to secure a minor safe space or absolve myself of that responsibility. I have to say, over the weekend when I worked in that Raven Guard head, I remembered how nice it was to be able to hold these right up to my face to do stuff like this. I can't do that in cam. Funny observation I had. I share my Navy Breacher kill team with you. I vaguely remember something with Breachers. I don't know if it was finished the last time I saw it, though. Yeah, if I'm gonna show you guys, in detail exactly what I'm doing, I need the camera basically looking in the same way I'm looking at it. But like I could do this, but it actually gets it like above, and it's like a weird angle. Actually, I can pull this specifically off. Technically. Is that a picture of your breacher team I see? Hmm. Oh. Very nice. Ooh, I like this axe. The axe is good. Is this supposed to be powered? That's pretty good, actually. I got a question for you, Septon. Do you use synthetic brushes or sable? Share 3, it's not fully done with the bass tone. There's some highlights there. Using for turn synthetic as far as I know. I would recommend grabbing yourself, and I wish I had affiliate links for these, but Monument Hobbies is pretty picky. These are Monument Hobbies Pro Sable series brushes, and sable brushes are extremely good at keeping their tip. It'll help you get right in there. Yeah, if it's cheap, it's probably synthetic. Synthetics I find fall apart pretty quickly. Now, Mighty Hobbies does sell a synthetic brush set. I know some people that swear by their synthetics. I did not have the same. I did not have the same experience. For example, if I grab the synthetic size 2, oop, I was like clawed the sable. Yeah, I'll do the exact same preparatory, like into the master's brush cleaner and back in the water and swish it around and wipe it on the napkin and all the exact same thing. And I have used this sable brush way more than the synthetic, to be clear. So blue synthetic. Yeah, you see that difference there? That's a big part in how I'm able to get such clean anything I want, basically. And this is a size 2. You can get down to size 0. Although size 1, size 2 are usually my workhorses. Because they have enough body to do stuff, but if you need, like, extremely tiny stuff, use it sparingly, though. The size 0 usually falls apart pretty quickly. It loses its tip and stuff. Because it doesn't have a lot of body as a spine. But for super tiny things, like doing tiny dots and eyes and stuff, like it's pretty good. Lemon brush end with a flat looking end. Yeah, it's because they're synthetic. It takes, if you properly take care of them. Now, granted, to keep this tip, the sables do require a decent bit of upkeep, but it's worth it, and it'll last you a while too. Usually, like an average of 9 months for me. And that's 9 months at my painting, where like this is one of my jobs. I paint, like say right now, just off streaming, I'm painting a minimum 32 hours a week. There was a point where actually I painted more because all I was doing was painting. I wasn't streaming. I I had sections of the last 2 years where large web dev contract was in between sections, but I had a lot of money from it. So just day in, day out, I would just paint white scars like crazy. And yeah, still lasted a long time doing that. Just a rule of thumb, don't completely coat them in paints. Just like try to keep paint away from their base as much as absolutely possible. I mean, it'll happen eventually, but it greatly extends their lifetime if you keep their paint all on like towards the tip. So I've seen a few in the Warhammer community that stream on YouTube. Is there much of a difference for either of them on the streamer side? Um, yeah. So YouTube. Let me see if I remember a lot of differences. I know one of the big ones that I considered when I was deciding between, because actually, little known fact, I actually streamed very briefly year before in the summer. and I had a hard time setting up my setup at the time. And also, like, here's the biggest problem: your discoverability on YouTube. It's very weird, right? Because it's not really made as like a streaming platform. While on Twitch, like at least in say Warhammer, it's not a large uh it's not a large category, and there's a lot more availability for community growth, raiding, and getting into other people's chats and stuff. Streaming on YouTube's really good if you are a large IP already, right? If you already have a YouTube channel, if you already have some kind of online presence, you can stream on YouTube and see some pretty good success. YouTube's also a lot better in some cases with monetization, but it's way harder to grow. In my understanding, I could be actually wrong on that. I'm just going off what I learned when looking into it. Man, I have to blend a lot of this way more, I'm realizing. One side of this backpack I have like very poorly neglected for like proper blending. Like, let's say you were to go on YouTube and you wanted to watch someone stream something, right? And you didn't already know the channel, like you didn't already follow them. How would you discover? How would you discover them? What's the route, right? And it's like I'm pretty sure when you search something, if someone is streaming it, it does pop it usually on the top. But it's very dependent on how the algorithm like decides that they're within your search criteria in the first place. You know what I mean? It's also weird for me in particular because I like nowadays this wouldn't have been as much a problem before, but I would have not been able to find a solution for it. The whole music thing doesn't work on YouTube. Yeah, right? Like, let's say you want to watch someone streaming, say, Fortnite on YouTube. Like, how would you go about doing that exactly? And then this is from someone that has YouTube Premium. I use YouTube like every day. I've used YouTube every day just about for the last like decade. Like, literally decade. Um, 28, more than a decade, like 13, 14, 15 years, right? I don't completely understand how I would go about finding a streamer streaming on YouTube for like anything really, unless it was something I was already familiar with. Like Tier of Grace. I already know about Tier of Grace, so if I wanted to go watch Tier of Grace streaming, I know how I would do that. I don't know how I'd find a new streamer though. Categories are also not great. They have a live tab, but it's like news games. Right, yeah. And that's like, if I understand it correctly, as much like pre-recorded videos as it is streaming, as it is live stuff. But I know like Tier Grace used to stream on Twitch and he decided to go over to YouTube. So clearly there's some reason to do that, but he also already has a very large following. He has support staff. He's very embedded. Right. I don't have that. So now may I do that in the future? Maybe. I had the thought at some point I might actually make a second channel, move all the VODs to the second channel, and have the main channel be just like painting tutorials and other like specific pre-recorded content. It just that's actually quite a fairly, even with the relatively small library I have now, a fairly time intensive investment. So that's not a thing I'm doing right now. But it was something I thought of when I was sick actually. Because now it's like it's kind of hard to find my painting tutorials now unless you know that there's a playlist to go to. So that's kind of a problem. Oh, the video editing skills I don't need. I I've been doing video editing with Premiere Pro since 2014, and casually and professionally. I'm actually extremely good with Premiere Pro, so that's we don't have to worry about that part. Um, it's more about like the ad revenue and other ways of people finding me now. Shorts are big news. Shorts. I'm going everywhere. You can get a lot closer. Yeah, it's just time. If anything, there was this great quote I heard the other day. I think it was some like big intellectual like a century or two ago, like Voltaire or something like that. He said, "I didn't have time to write you a short letter, so I wrote you a long letter." Making short content or saying something succinctly in a short amount of time actually takes more time than making it long. This is actually why I never got a Twitter, for example. The idea of not being able to fully explain the nuance of whatever I'm trying to say just sounds cringeworthy to me. On both small and large scales. So yeah, I'm aware of shorts. It's just I don't really have a system set up to make them in any reasonable amount of time. Though to be fair, depending on how short they are, some of my tutorials might already be considered shorts because I make them time lapse with subtitles. So some of them are as short as 45 seconds. You could probably set that one up then. I think shorts like a minute or less, something like that. Okay, actually, so like a decent number of my tutorials probably could fit in there. Yeah, time lapses are nice, and they're not hard for me to do. I can make a. I'm at the point now where I can, if I already know where in a VOD the section I want to make a tutorial on is, I can usually knock out a tutorial in 45 minutes. Like the whole thing, the whole video. Like ready to publish in 45 minutes. It's just I'm doing a lot of other things at the moment, so I'm not making more tutorials. But all the VODs, except for a couple I missed, like right before Christmas because I got sick. Um, the VODs are all on YouTube that I can pull from as an archive. You know what's weird? With no music, since I switched over, and just me talking and in the chat on the screen, people watch them. Not a lot, but there are some people that actually watch those things, which blows my mind. I would not enjoy that personally. It's not my kind of content, but not enough going on. I would just get bored. But that's probably just because of being an artist type of personality, which is frankly insane that it took me this long to figure that part out about myself. But anyway, um, yeah, I learned that back in December, like, oh hey, I'm actually getting like a little bit of views on my VODs. I'm like, wait, what? What? Why are people watching this? This is meant for me to use as an archive. I did not expect people to actually watch these. especially with the lack of music. I can't when I go into other people's streams, if they don't have any kind of music going on, I'm out of there pretty quick. I can't I might even like the person. I'm just like there's not enough happening here. I can't do it. So that was a whole thing. Hey Bugatti, ain't gonna ship again next week? Nice. Hey, pro tip, especially because of all like the chains and stuff going on them. If you want to send me Ingram to paint it, I really don't build it, or build it with super glue so I can rip it apart. Like if you paint Ingram too, can I get a discount? Uh, maybe. Depends. It also depends greatly on if he's assembled first or not. Like I'm not joking. I had so much time and headache to it. It's insane. Painting this backpack, for example, like could have been half a time. The cape, I'm putting off the cape even though I like kind of want to paint it. I don't want to deal with all that. Like I would have taken the cape and airbrushed the Celeste Gray and then worked my way up from there. Would have saved me like an hour. Of course, I can give an evil mustache. Actually, do you want like curled mustache or you want like the evil goatee, dude? Like evil, like the nod goatee. But yeah, I can green stuff some facial hair. That'd be kind of funny. Good question. Yeah, right. Any of those great. 12 most infamous mustaches of all time. Yeah, you got the Stalin, the Khan, the Captain Hook, Vlad the Impaler, Saddam Hussein, Godfather, Snidley Whiplash. um, Hitler, obviously. Boris Badenov, Bill the Butcher, Dick Dastardly, dude from the yeah, the Mean Machine from what was the name of the race? I used to love that cartoon. Gusto Pinochet. Uh, huh. Yeah, I'm sure I can figure out one that looks good on his on his whole thing. I might be biased. I might be leaning towards a Stalin, but yeah, no, when I have the head in front of me, I'll have a better idea. Absolutely. Um, are you thinking also like tier four, go nuts, insane? And is there anything else you want to add on to that besides the mustache? I need to get the anger on my mini in front of me. Oh yeah, the amount of overlapping stuff on that dude is like nutty. Like the wings I'd like similar to Mortarion, I'd want them completely separate, but especially because they're so close together. Like, jeez, the chains and the leather like strap things, and that's a lot of skulls. Uh, no surprise there. That'll probably be it. Angron look like a mustache guy. Yeah, his eyes are very low. Yeah, I can figure something out. Um, Angron going nuts. I'm thinking by himself, tier 4, probably around the 2K mark. Mortarion is in at 3K because of all of the free hand you want on it. Put them together. Um, I'll drop 500 off it. 450 for the two, or 45 for the two of them. I thought like 1,000, but just like the free hand on Mortarion is gonna be killer, and he's already assembled, which is that's a big part of it, man. Already being assembled is just a nightmare. Like him too, he's got like the robes and stuff layering on top of each other. It's like, ah, jeez. It's like the cape problem I'm running into now at the con, but it's just it like 5 times more. Like, good lord. And remember, like, I'm pretty negotiable on payment plans. Like, you can stretch that out for a while. Oh yeah, I should start putting some stuff in that transfer there. All centerpiece models are intimidating to paint. Yeah, a little bit. I ain't gonna lie. I've only painted large vehicles. I've not painted a giant character like that, but I definitely would like to. I just realized that sword cuts off kind of weird, but you know what? I got some ideas to fix that. And honestly, doing a lot more flesh-based stuff after, like, I do so much armor. And the few times I've gotten, like, a good chunky amount of flesh, I've had a ton of fun of it, like with my servitors. I had a lot of fun painting the skin on my servitors, for example. And yeah, I don't get to do like fleshy or clothing bits very often. These were very early last year, I believe. Yeah. Ton of green stuff involved in this too, actually. This guy, like, base to top is probably like, no joke, like 40% green stuff. It's a lot of it's internal and then the base, but like inside him is just like so much green stuff to like put the pieces together properly, because a lot of stuff does not actually match together. It's all wonky. Or Kill Team, really fun to paint all flesh and cloth and guns equipment. That's cool. What I would like to do at some point, I've mentioned this a number of times on stream, is when I have like more money and time to work on my own hobby stuff, like the Raven Guard. I want to push the Raven Guard a bit more, and then I want to start a guard army as Deliverance PDF. And I have a few different ways I'm thinking about doing it. Either going Canadian, and super professional and everything with black armor and gray fatigues, or doing those uh ash waste guys from Necromunda and go with the more tribal aesthetic I have with a lot of my Raven Guard these days. A lot of kit bashing, but I think I can make it look pretty good, especially on like vehicles and stuff, making it look correct. So yeah, Bugatti, if we do both, I'm gonna say 4,500 for both. Might seem nuts, but we are definitely in like the 4 month range of amount of work there, depending. Read an interesting article, a science experiment going on in China, allegedly science modifying troops' emotions similar to butcher's nails. Oh boy. I mean, actually, like that's actually not the it's not super new. If you read up on like early World War II, one of the reasons the Blitzkrieg shot into France so fast and hard is because all those German dudes were on crazy amounts of drugs, like so many drugs that they were able to march for like 3 days straight, for example, while also being like by March, I mean they were mechanized, but like they were going for like 3 days straight, not nonstop. Would you be interested in being a candidate for Butcher's Nails if it's possible? Me, no. And I'm actually rather fine with the concept of human modification if it's down if it's effects what am I trying to say? If its cons can be appropriately rectified. Like when we figure out how to like really give like Deus Ex level cybernetic enhancements, which I believe will be a thing eventually. And like hard genetic engineering and stuff, I'm actually rather fine for that because there's a lot of things we can definitely fix and improve. But we're not anywhere near that. And the butcher's nails in particular, that's just a bad recipe for not a good life. I used to be a pretty angry person. I'm not anymore. I used to be. I didn't like it. I didn't like being angry. But you can always be angry, like angry. Isn't that cool? No, not really. I like being creative. If anything, I like being manic. Obviously, you can't be manic for long periods of times, but I like being manic, actually. Manic, creative. Yeah, no surprise. A professional artist likes being hyper creative. If anything, what's a lot more likely to happen is I'm gonna start making much more consistent income and then become a caffeine monster, even though for most of my life I said I never would become that. But like the couple times recently that I've like had even just like a little, my productivity and creativity actually just shot through the roof. Like I become unlocked in a scary way. Especially when I had spiked coffee. I found these great cans of like spiked coffee with malt, using malt whatever. Um, Delicious, and oh geez, I had some while visiting my ex before she moved down to Florida. I'll get to that. And in like an hour drinking those, I reorganized like a bunch of her books, like her business's books. She's like, can you help me with this a little bit? And I'm like, I'm gonna reorganize everything. Let's go. Like, just yeah. Alcohol kills my little bit of anxiety, which I've been slowly killing off lately anyway. But I used to have really bad anxiety, especially social anxiety. I know, crazy, right? Uh, Alcohol kills off the anxiety, overthinking parts of my brain, and the caffeine shuts off my never-ending sense of being tired. Honestly, I always feel some level of tired. It is very rare that I feel super awake and energized, and it's partially because I never properly fully sleep. Super intense, lifelike dreams every single night of my life, never ends. Which honestly, I wouldn't shut that off per se. It's just I always feel tired on some level. Right now, I feel a bit tired. I feel a little fatigued. And I actually slept like hours wise, a pretty decent number of hours last night. Can Space Marines do this stuff? So, in theory, it has been someone mentioned that apparently I thought it didn't. I thought it wouldn't work. Um, their genitals do apparently still work. They just have zero, absolutely no interest or motivation to procreate. Melatonin. I tried melatonin. I have known about melatonin. My ex used to use melatonin a lot. I tried it. It gave me nightmares. Actually, it didn't make me sleep deeper. It just made okay. At minimum, it made my dreams feel weird. Like there's a weird offness about them. And then like more than half the time, uh, it would turn them just into nightmares. So it didn't even help with the intensity. It just made them bad, or at best weird. Like not right. Like they felt like corrupted. It's very bizarre. I can't use melatonin, unfortunately. It just my brain is just overactive. It just never stops. Like straight up never stops. Um, yeah. Like actually, best thing weed does for me is it just turns it off. I mostly stop thinking on weed, which means I go through incredibly thick couch lock. I can't really do anything, so it's not something I can do to be productive at all. Uh, it just allows me to like nervous system wise rest, but I don't really fall asleep either. I kind of just snack and play video games or watch YouTube. Like that's about it. That's all I'm good for. Uh, what caffeine seems to do is because it turns off the tiredness, it allows me to properly focus. So the overactivity of my brain can actually like do something, you know? So actually, yeah, I've heard that different brands of melatonin can do that though. Love edibles for turning off it. Yeah, if they're low level edibles, that can help me with like manual labor, especially when I'm doing a lot of it. I've done that before where I've had points in my life where I've had a lot of manual labor happening. But like just smoking weed, I have such a low tolerance, and I've never really had a lot of inspiration to build up a tolerance because I overall I like being productive. I like doing a lot of things. So it's like I don't actually want to just couch lock. Not to mention right now I definitely can't afford to even get the weed, let alone be couch locked for large periods of time. Uh you know. All right. I guess the backpack's white is done, I think. I don't know, it feels a little hard shadowed. I don't know. I think on the top it should be lighter. Yeah, on the top it doesn't need to be whiter. But yeah, it's that funny thing of like in truth, I straddle the threshold of genius, so on top of like at least a little bit of autism. Uh, Not that the autism part's been really tested, but I mean, uh, it just the constant activity, constant mental activity. I'm always thinking about something. My mind's trying to process what's going on in depth, really heavily, then strategize based off that, then backup strategize, and then simulate, and yeah, it never ends. For me to go to bed, I basically have to just keep doing stuff until I'm so exhausted that it has been hurting to be awake for a while. Because I'll get into bed, close my eyes, and then it'll be just enough bodily rest that my brain will begin much more actively and front facing, strategize everything that I'm doing. And I can't fall asleep because it's just enough rest that my mind can go back to like full processing power. I have to hit exhaustion and then I can properly sleep. Or I'm gonna be laying there for like 2 hours. And that's less productive than me doing stuff while I'm tired. Like really tired. And sometimes I forget about that and I try to go to bed early to have a more productive morning and then that is very much not what happens ever. I had bad anxiety before. It was kind of like that. It was more loops of anxiety than anything productive, though. Ended up getting meds, which has been life changing. I am terrified of getting meds because, overarchingly, if I can maintain, especially since I killed off my depression, I used to have really bad depression. Since I killed that off, it has seemed that as long as I can maintain focus on just moving forward, then my anxiety is very low. The things I'm thinking about are and looping through my mind and everything in bed are generally productive. Like, all right, what's my new Forex strategy? What is that business meeting I have to do tomorrow? What are the things I have to go over in this business meeting? What are different things I can do about the thing that we're having a business meeting about? Uh, what do I have to do for the stream? What's my next video I'm making? What about this website I'm supposed to be making? Like very specific things and usually end up having productive results, even in bed, just kind of laying there. Like I had a breakthrough on a smaller web dev project I was working on over the last week. Because the day before I had to have a call with my client, I was thinking about how I was planning on making the thing. And my mind actually disassembled the website and assembled like the pieces I needed to like figure out the process to actually make the functionality we needed happen. So like, oh, and actually the current channel's profile pic, the Raven Guard holding the brushes, that entire thing just popped into my mind and how to draw it step by step into my mind while laying in bed. So like, it's not anxiety, it's very productive. It's just I'm trying to sleep. So that's how my life works. Now, I used to be fairly anxious and I used to be fairly depressive and not productive at all, but that's not been the case for some time now. And I'm terrified of trying meds out for any of this because I've heard way too many of the zombification stories, basically, where yeah, you kill off the negative stuff, but you also remove all the benefits that come with that if that energy and propensity is harnessed properly. Like, no, I very much like being a very intellect driven person. I lean int really hard, and I would never trade that for any benefit. I'll take the curses. That's fun, Janek. Nice to wish my was name was fun, Janek. The mom's side of family's history mountains. Okay, well, that's fair. If you have a, like I was saying before, a hormonal problem where your brain is not producing stuff correctly based on what your body should be doing. That's one thing. Mine, the worst negative traits are psychological, thus can be fixed by me just doing things correctly, like having an appropriate perspective. Perspective, for example, if brain decides not to make serotonin for anything, okay, yeah, that's an actual problem. Mine, yeah, um, my problem, my biggest problems like depression and anxiety are a combination of psychological and temperament. Like my temperament, because it extremely high openness in the big. If you look into the big five in psychology for temperaments, I have like extremely high openness, which is why I'm a good artist, and entrepreneur and all that stuff. But also without a solid, say, philosophical foundation for my perspective upon the world that can turn into very high neuroticism instead. It was just what I had. It's just very emotionally unstable, especially back when I was a teenager. Um, but over time, growing up, seeing more of the world, especially like early last year, discovering as existentialism through Jordan Peterson, and his takes on how to go about putting your life back together. I was able to completely kill off depression as a thing. I can't even imagine myself depressed now. I'm like, I got too much to do, man. I got too much stuff I want to do. I gotta go do stuff. I gotta work. Uh, and harnessing my temperament in a much more positive direction, like using my openness to actually give a proper look at any and all potentially beneficial risks with anything. And yeah, most of them don't work. That's just the nature of being an entrepreneur. That's fine. But yeah, I've also known people that were highly creative, but had like high neuroticism and stuff, and then they got on meds, and it fixed their neuroticism, but also turned off their creativity like wholesale. Like they just became a zombie, just going to work 9 to 5 in it. Now I'm like, that's gross. That to me is death. I just died. That's what that is. It's not the same person. Okay. Ah, it's coffee staining. Why is it coffee staining? I should probably add some flow improver in there. It's collecting too much. I need this to be flat. Actually, what I should be doing is making it a lot less wet. Thin but dry. Do you use do you do metallics through airbrush? Getting recommendations if so. I've done it a couple times. I'd say my big recommendation is to clean it extremely thoroughly after. Because those metal particles getting into any other paint will be very, very obvious. Uh, yeah, I know I've done it a couple times. That's about it. It might take a few more passes than you'd expect, because metallic paint works that you have like the medium and then you have all the little metal flakes in it. And so it looks as a consistent color uh, at a very specific amount of medium to pigments in this case. Um, medium to flake consistency or ratio, and you usually have to go much thinner than that to go through an airbrush properly. So be prepared to do a few coats because it will be very thin and not very metallic initially, and super 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 clean that thing afterwards. You get basing the Warbearers with Lead Belcher first, and also figure basing Necron with the airbrush really speed things up. Yes. Yeah. Just like I said, you'll do a few more coats than you'd expect, and super clean that thing before moving on to any other colors with the airbrush. Oh, metallics like that in particular are going to react, uh, especially to how you prime slash undercoat it. So if you want darker metal, prime them black. If you want bright shiny metal, like with the Necrons, prime them white. Welcome back, Bugatti, or hi again. Um, that's funny. I mean, brain be like that, yo. It has a lot of weird switches in there. Can lose their shine through an airbrush. That's, I think, because of the thinness thing. Could the Emperor really have been able to remove the nails? I don't really think so. Like, from the sound of it, it sounds like those are very crude, mechanic, like, neuro hardware. So, like, yeah, a lot of damage. I saw something recommending a glazing medium to reapply a shot. That could work. I don't remember noticing any problems when I did it, but I don't also super remember what I used it on. I just know I've done it before. Alright. I think I can be okay with how the backpack is now. Time for the much harder part with Tragic Life. Yeah, the World Eater's entire story, Angron, and the rest, it's a tragedy. Oh, it gets worse, by the way. Angron, do you know what Angron was supposed to be before the nails? Angron was supposed to be the best of them, rivaling Sanguinius. As Angron is confirmed, by the way, he was the empath, exactly. He was the Emperor's compassion. Imagine that. How much harder and worse and more brutal the nails were to someone like that. And then the World Eaters, because they have a little bit of that too. If you if you've ever seen empaths or like the classic one, a patient man, when they lose it, just get out of the way. Just leave. Like, this premise is no longer safe for human habitation. No one falls farther. He also removed people's pains. Right. Until he got the nails, and then like some of that anger that Angron has to be the fact that he was made to be angry all the time, and that was done to him. Like, I'd argue Angron is probably the only Primarch whose fall to chaos is 100 it was 100% taken out of his hands. He actually has no faults as far as I'm concerned. Like, you can find the points or multiple points where decisions could have made differently in the fall of all the other traitor Primarchs. Not Angron. Angron was screwed from day one. The fact that a Chaos God like Corrin exists and he was given the nails, it's all over. Final update the Orc posted? Oh, cool. Let's look. Because Eshin Gray is going on very thin. Anyway. Ah, it's going to the wrong Chrome. Over there. Pretty good. The flame looks really good, actually, and I like how it is blue. That's a lot more realistic. I like how you got a little bit of dab in there. The whole thing looks kind of rough, but rough like almost on purpose because it's, like orc. It's pretty good. Yeah, this is nice. Good job. So England should have been aboard? No. I think firstly what would have helped a lot is if the Emperor uh saved his people, and then taken a lot more personal attention into finding a solution for that situation. Oh, have a good one, Septon. Hope to see you around. Like, Angron was still very good at leading the world eaters into, like, everything must die situations, right? Very good at purging. Problem was, Angron had no real loyalty because the Emperor had immediately screwed him extremely hard. You took the son that you know is your empath son, that you gave empath powers, and then made him watch all the only friends and family he ever had die a completely preventable death. Like, what do you think was gonna happen? It's one of those things that was where it's like obvious that this was written this way, so it creates the later conclusion because it doesn't make any sense. It is funny though that the Eldar tried to abort Angron because they saw what was coming and failed. Though that was funny. The only Primarch I think would have been better aborted would be Lorgar because Lorgar was weak. Like reading the first Heretic made me literally angry at, like, in disgust of Lorgar's philosophical weakness. Hmm. There's areas of the fur I missed, and I do not like it. I probably shove some ink in there and fix that, actually. Easy way of fixing it. Or actually, Agrax Earthshade would do that, I think. I hope. A little darker. Yeah, let that dry and paint the mill that's left. Oh, well, that's a problem. Yeah, all this needs to dry. I need to pee, and I don't think anyone's still in chat to hit the button, so I'm just gonna go. Alright, I am back. I have returned. Alright, how did the agrax come out? That's pretty good, because now it looks kind of shaded in there appropriately. So I just coat everything around it, and that's great. Oh, I thank you for the follow, Adepso. Yeah, I should just make these entirely Ashen Gray and then work my way up to lighter colors. These will be non-metallic metal. Going for a shinier steel. Outside probably do black as a baseline, but not super high contrast metal. Just kind of like their metal. Okay, I am definitely seeing a bit of the fur color there, and my brush just doesn't want to hit it. It's like right behind the knob bit that the brush keeps getting caught on. There we go. Hmm. If you wish to lurk silently, you're of course welcome to do so, but if you like to chat, how are you? How is your Wednesday going? Unless you're Australian, then I guess it's probably already Thursday for you. Okay, I think I'm good to switch over to Dawnstone. I'm grabbing them. I'm gonna start them gray and see what this looks like when I mostly itch highlight them. I might jump all the way to white. We'll see how it goes. And maybe some scritching and scratching on it. Ah, my nose still. I need a very sharp tip to do the thing I want. So we're gonna go ahead and cover that. And I need to assess my brushes. Well, who has the sharpest tip right now? It was the one I was using, but not so much anymore. That's my size 0 right now. It's been a while since I pulled that out. Not much of a tip. It's more like an extremely precise highlighter. Very small highlighter. Size 1? Man, is this the one I got glue in it or what? This one's not great. Don't I have 3 size 1s in here? Where are the others? There's one. That one's not looking great either. You know what? Here's another size 2. Maybe this will have a nice tip on it. Not really. Not a bad size 2. It just doesn't really have its tip anymore. What if I go bigger? Size 3 might work. I'm super gentle with it anyway. And the paint's not too wet. Mm. Let's try this. Actually, a lot better. And fairly good. That combo works. Alright, so we continue. Not that there's a whole lot left to do, but you know, for this segment. Cool. Yeah, it looks pretty good now, actually. Now, I've been kind of putting this off for a while. This backpack mounted piece, I really have no idea how I'm going to go about doing this. I put quite a bit of bronze on him over the course of this, and there's quite a bit more bronze on dudes with him. So I'm kind of thinking maybe the majority of the staff things should be bronze, or maybe I do. Where's that reference pick? So they have it steel in default, which might be fine. It's and probably would be like easier to paint in a way that looks like metal for non-metallic metal. The hard part, maybe I did just do the disc around it, do that as bronze and the rest of it as steel. Yeah. Okay. All right. So same thing I just did, as that seemed to work so well. I think in its own way it's better than what I did on the Chaplain, but you know, Chaplain already has a bunch of metals different from everything else because he's Chaplain. So, hey Van Zig, it's a crime to white scouts no unique bikers, jetpack speeders. I agree. I agree. As a Raven Guard that has two in the lore stealth modified vehicles, and we don't get those, even though Dark Angels have how many special land speeders of their own, and bikes for that matter. Totally with you. Also, welcome to the chat and the stream. How are you? Yeah, where's my Whisper Cutter as a Raven Guard? GW has definitely been dropping a ball on allowing like custom vehicles to get into the lore for chapters and then never actually making them, or at least providing rules as an add-on for pre-existing models. You could just tell me use a land speeder, kit bash it however you want, and then here's rules for the Whisper Cutter. I'd be okay with that. I need fresh Eshin Gray. Or, you know what? Land speeders with an additional sprue that adds on the Whisper Cutter equipment. And no, it's not that weird. They already do that. They call it the Hounds of Morkai. It's literally just a box of Reavers with just a Space Marine upgrade sprue. Like, sorry, not Space Marine. Space Wolves upgrade sprue. That's all that box is. I know. I bought one, not for them, but to use them as part of a kit bashing commission last year. Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me. It's also, I think it's a Storm Raven, a modified Storm Raven. It could be a Thunderhawk, but I'm pretty sure it was a modified Storm Raven that Raven Guard also have. White Scars? Yeah, they should have a whole bunch of like just generic characters on bikes. I'd be totally fine with that. And we used to have those models, or at least the sheets. Like they phased them out in 8th edition into Legends, but like you had like Apothecary on bike. I don't know how that works. Uh, Company Champion on bike. Company Veterans on bike. You had all this stuff on bike. Raven Guard could be good if boards weren't so tiny. Raven Guard can be good now, actually. I've been doing fairly okay with them. Granted, I play mine. I used to run a Vanguard Vet Bomb that was vicious. It was a 14-step combo, and then they made the CP changes. So I dropped that. Now I play Shooting Army. Does pretty good, actually. Last August, went to a local tournament, 10 people, and I came in third. Standard Raven Guard, not successors. With decisive wins against Drukhari, Necrons, and Space Wolves. Because it all comes down to VP generation. You can figure out how your list is making GP and how to make your list do that VP better, and keep the enemy from getting VP in the process, then you're good. It's basically what I did. Raven Guard's new secondary is basically get troops onto an objective and have them do an action. 3 points per go. On top of objectives. Oh, hey, infiltrators. Spam infiltrators and then a bunch of big guns to cover them. That's basically my list. Now, fluffy Raven Guard, if we had bigger boards, yes, probably would be better. Seeing that our whole gimmick is maneuverability. At least as far as like the gameplay is concerned, there isn't really stealth in like on the table necessarily. They could implement stealth though. If they took the Echo of the Ravenspire Warlord trait that allows you to take your Warlord, pop them into reserves, and pop them back on next turn, that that would work. Oh, actually, Guerrilla Warfare does that for Phobos guys already. Yeah, if we could just get a Raven Guard one that does that for any infantry we want, to allow you to actually like stealth away from enemies as long as they're a certain distance away, and then stealth back in somewhere else. That'd be great. Session Gray is going on very thin. It's taking quite some time. Starting to think the backpack is the only thing we're gonna get done on this stream, considering it is roughly my halftime meal break. What do you play, Vanzik? If you play, if I might ask. Various Chaos, some Dark Angels. Cool. Probably enjoying Chaos right now, if I had to guess. Losing AOC butchered Chaos right now, but Dark Angel's crazy strong. Yeah, that's fair. And you guys did get the massive point decrease that we got. I was able to. Great, I had to drop my Storm Raven, which I was kind of disappointed with because the whole turn 2 thing that really kind of kills the point of it. Uh, but allowed me to shuffle a whole bunch of new stuff into my list. Dark Angel, Thunderhammer, Storm Shield, Terminus dropping 10 points, not losing any armor is great. Chaos just got slightly weaker. Yeah. I think overarching Chaos is still in a pretty good place. But yeah, Dark Angels are primo right now, especially in Terminators. Like, Terminators are good for anybody right now, but they are, like, extremely good for Dark Angels. In fact, all the Terminators was one of the reasons why, when reevaluating my list, I added a second Relic Contemptor with Volkite to my list. Because, yeah, I need something to deal with all them invulns running around now. Especially because, oddly enough, I have a single invuln. Oh, wait, no, that's right. The Contemptors have invulns themselves. Okay, I have 3 invulns in my list. The 2 Contemptors and Strike. No one else actually has invulns in my list. That's fine, because they all have very, very, very big guns. Strangely enough. I'm trying to do is just get this base coat in Nation and Gray, and then I'm gonna go check in on dinner. Which, it being my sister's night to cook, and if I had to guess, she probably just got back recently. She might still be cooking it. Yeah. What's up, Zophiana? Speaking of eating, Zophiana's been known to eat a couple fellows here and there. What? Blood blood got flushed from my gullet. Okay, follow me here. You get a bunch of the like fat Death Guard models, but you paint them up. Well, actually no. Firstly, you clean them, like the green stuff, like clean Marines, but then you paint them as World Eaters, and then that's their war cry, and that's your war band. That'll take like 8 years longer to make than necessary. Yeah, the Great Clean one. Yeah. Well, someone also made like Clean Marines where he took Death Guard and did the same thing with them and then painted them in like Ultramarine colors. And you know what? I kind of liked it. I kind of liked it, honestly. They kind of just look like they had that like the round stomach kind of armor style, really. Uh, yeah, I think that's now base coated. I could use a little bit more in the front there. And then I'm gonna go find out what's up with dinner. So I'm hungry and feel like I could use the break. Then we got back. We'll continue with the poll and then the rest of these giblets on here. I also attempted to make a Rat Beastman Guardsman for myself. Oh, that's cool. If you remember, I was considering down the road eventually making Deliverance PDF using the Ash Wasters from Necromunda. Space Skaven. You should make a Space Skaven army and play them as Tyranids. Or Orcs. Orcs work too. One of those two factions. Oh. Nah, guard. Fair enough. Alright, so I'm gonna go see if dinner is even ready. If it is, you'll see the big red banner saying meal break, but for the moment, I might be back in just a couple. Infantry Horde Guard. Oh, cool. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Finally, seeing anything other than tanks. Oh, alright. Either momentarily or in like 30 minutes, I will return. Alright, so seems like dinner's in a measly 40 minutes, apparently. So I am back. Ah, yeah, this is the song that I found the fat rat with. So anyway, Zophiana, you wish to be a complete heretic and make a Beastman Imperial Guard horde army. Fair. Are you gonna use some of the bigger rats for like Ogrins and stuff? This is gonna be a thing because of the friggin' bird. Bird. Also, I need to fix the glove over here where I hit it with some red. It's gonna take a couple, but we'll get there. Oh, okay, that just went everywhere. Pretty good. Actually, I just realized, because this is round, that's not where the reflection line would be. If so, I have this more or less painted, so there's a light source coming from like that way, right? On the guy, you're facing this way. So if this is round, reflection would actually be more facing towards you. It'd be right here in the middle. So I guess I have to redo all that. Alright, for this, I'm gonna move back to the size 2. This is too big. Oh, this is the not as good size 2. Alright, well, I'll have to switch that in a sec. This is the older size 2. Alright, that part just really didn't work. That one bit. Also, I think I surprised myself actually with how good that looks. I was not expecting it to look that quite that good. I think I'm starting to pick up the whole non-metallic metal thing just a wee bit. All right. I have roughly 13-15 minutes till supposedly dinner is ready. Next step, you know what? Let's begin working on the biggest discus in the middle there. Starting with the outside, which will be bronze, like here. So we start that with Mornfang Brown. Actually, scratch that. First, I'm gonna properly shade in, like recess shade up along here, because this doesn't really have any recess shade. Well, down here, I'm not really sure what happened, but it kind of became shade. Oh, because I didn't highlight right up against it, that's why. But I'm gonna properly shade the other bits. But yeah, even down there, that looks pretty good. But yeah, just up on the top cross bit. Oh yeah, right. Next step on the bronze is then to wash it all in Nuln Oil to darken it a fair bit. Hmm. So this reflection would be. I feel like primarily it'd be. I think it'd be similar to this. What I did down here would be primarily a crossways like that, with just a little bit on the opposites. Effectively, what I did down here. Yeah, I think that makes sense. As for the back, uh, uh a little bit of build up towards the, I guess like the same thing, really. Hmm. Oh yeah, I still gotta fix that transfer. Yeah, transfer got a bit weird. Yeah, you know what? Since this is drying and my dinner should be ready literally any minute now, I'm gonna call my meal break here, and I'll be back in usually an average at 20, 25, 30 minutes. It's not really much of an average. 25 minutes average. And then I'm gonna try to at least finish the entirety of the back of his backpack tonight when I get back. We'll have 2.5 hours minimum. Yeah, probably just that, and then we'll get to the Cape tomorrow. I didn't expect the entire backpack to take this whole thing, but it's still a pretty big chunk of them. So worst case, we'll do the Cape tomorrow and maybe start on the bird. I'm still thinking and planning about how I'm gonna do his sword. So, but yeah, the bird, the rest of like all this, I don't know why I kept neglecting this, but we'll do that too with the bird. Probably make this the exact same as fur on his back. Pretty simple. And yeah, so I'll be back in 25 minutes. Alright. I return. I don't know why I toned it like that. What's up, people? I'm back. We still got some people in chat, maybe? Potentially? Zophiana, you there? I keep feeling like Red Wave's gonna pop up any second now. Aha! Someone. Probably Zophiana. Ah, Zophiana. Very good. What up, Chief? Leafy goes hell right now? What's going on, man? What is your difficulty? Is this... No, this is the bad size 2. Why do I keep grabbing the bad size 2? Good size 2 has way more paint on it. Dinner rush? Oh. I see, I see. Why do I have my camera so far forward? Fair enough. I feel like I'm going cross-eyed right now, trying to... trying to see what I'm doing here. Because there be things happening. Go down for now. We close in 20 minutes. Oh, cool. So, have you seen The Rumors? The rumor mill has been in very strong production lately. Yes. Yes! I did then later receive a report that, according to Mr. Whitefang, that some of the original rumors from Valrak are false. Did you see that update? Oh, I love this track. Just as far as I could throw a real life night. In the past, Wade Fang, by my understanding, has been pretty reliable. Also, some of the changes they said are not surprising at all, like the whole Alliance returning, Lion Box, Gonna see Tyranids in a starter box. I could see a lot of that. What I was sus on and White Fang claimed false was the removal of toughness for infantry and the combination of. I'm making these way too big. The psychic and command phase. The toughness thing had me concerned, actually. I think that would be a bad decision going forward. Removing toughness. I've had a long conversation with Former because he prefers Grimdark rules set, which has removed toughness, and I think it makes everything a little too. Like, already in 40k, we suffer from, like, in the lore, you have these massive ranges of power, and in the gameplay, we have to move down to a d6 dice. So, if anything, we want more systems to kind of deviate or differentiate between, say, a guardsman and a space marine, for example. As it stands, Space Marines have 25% more toughness, 25% more strength, and double the health. And 16% more movements, I believe. That's what that comes out to. It might somewhere between 16 and 20%, something like that, which is not very well demonstrative of the actual difference between them in the lore, which is more like powers of 10 in a lot of cases. So I was like, please tell me they're not actually removing toughness. That sounds terrible. But yeah, all the narrative stuff seems totally fine to me. The indexes thing, that's a little concerning. Not for me, because, I mean, I play Space Marines. You play Space Marines. Not that concerning for us, because we'll have our codexes pretty quick. Uh, I'm concerned about the indexes for the tons of people that are, like, getting World Eaters and Voton and, like, Guard just got their codex, and then in 6 months they're gonna have them completely invalidated, and they're stuck waiting for potentially multiple years if they don't start releasing codexes in actual batches, not just developing them in batches, but releasing them in batches. Like, that's an issue. I think something way more 8th, ninth is that kind of transfers way more reasonable. Those are all my thoughts on it. Alright, how am I highlighting these? Oh, I got problems on the poll. Oh, hey, Sophia, when you said knight, were you referring to like a dude in plate armor or like an imperial knight? Like the Walker? just just for context. I meant a chaos knight actually, but it's the same distance either way. It's fair. Is that the "you're free" scream? Or the, he's trying to mess up my paint job scream? I'm almost done with hell scream. Fair enough. Been there. And then that. Not food, but retail, blue collar. I've done it. I've served my time. I did not go straight from high school into entrepreneurship. There was a period. Just long enough to learn it's not worth it. Not for me, anyway. Been working for almost 8 years. Whew. Twice as long as any of the jobs I ever held. To be clear, I quit all my jobs. I was never fired. I've never been fired. All right. And just like that, I'm back to blending whites. Uh, Actually, I should do the other colors first. It's gonna be easier to mess those up. How's this red here? Is this red usable? Kinda, sorta, a little bit, maybe? Why not? Do you enjoy your job, Zephiana? Does a reason other than I need money to pay bills from that job get you up in the morning? I'm genuinely curious. Man, I can't wait for spring. I am suddenly, I was thinking about it. I am so excited for spring. Almost there. I am ready for it. Man, not gonna lie, again, pretty tired. All of a sudden, just like slamming me right now. Hey, you're out of it. You get to not anymore. I got another 2 hours. And I feel like this brush is coming to its end. And I'm running out of appropriate brushes with good tips for this super fine work here. It's getting a little ridiculous. I think that ink had not dried. But you know what? It worked. So we'll go with it. My hand keeps shaking. I don't know why my hand keeps shaking. It's not a good time for the shakes. There's a particularly bad. I got at least an hour cleaning stuff. Oh. Oh, you closed, but you didn't clock out. I gotcha. Let me shine this on the situation. I am the only thing actually keeping me here. If I were to go offline right now, right, what would actually happen? I mean, you're not likely to actually stop watching me right now, right? Like you'll pop in later. Whatever. Not a big deal. I would lose for guaranteed 2 hours progress on painting this dude. So it'll take me 2 hours longer in the future, somewhere down the line, to finish this and thus finish the White Scars commission that has been. It feels like holding me hostage for like 2 years. Uh, and then the potential, the possibility of new people finding me and liking me and getting involved sometime in the next 2 hours. Well, now hour 45 minutes. And that's just me deciding to continue to make progress on this and to gamble that something will come of me streaming for the next hour 45 minutes, Twitch wise. but there's definitely no guarantee that being Wednesday actually a low potential. As like all the real stuff happens on Saturdays, honestly, at this point. Friday night is a maybe for a very big or a very small, and then Saturdays where like pretty much guaranteed up stuff's happening. Uh so like it's completely on me whether I keep going or not. And that somehow makes it feel worse. Pretty much just the concept of discipline. It's probably the single biggest thing keeping me painting at this very moment. So my eyes kind of hurt. My hand keeps shaking. This brush is not working with me. I feel like really mentally tired for some reason. I'm not even sure why. I mean, I did have a weird morning, granted. Uh, but not like the worst ever. It's like something's killing me. uh, it's like the stakes are not actually that high if I stop. Not really. Yeah, it was more like a half hour. Okay, well that's nice. It's just fact I'm mentally and physically exhausted. Yeah, no, I get you. Not physically, but I got you on the mental exhaustion. 'Speaking of mentally exhausted, let me make you do math, Zephiana. How many hours do you think I got left before this guy's done? 2 more days, so about 18 hours. Yeah, about 18 hours, because you figure 8 hours per stream, and well, I got 17 hours, because we're actually 17 and a half. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, 18, 19, yeah, around 20 hours. I was thinking kind of around that, though I could see this going a fair bit into Saturday. Because there are two major things that could make this that could either go really easily and just be like the time it takes to paint them, or I could end up having to do them like multiple times over. So hours and hours and hours in them. It's how distracted people make you with CFC. Yeah, that's always the thing as well. I thought of mentioning that. Because that is definitely a thing. If Faces and Bases pops up and it's like, yo, I want that Batman thing, like, well, there goes a good number of hours to make green stuffing a Batman mask onto a skull hanging from a dude's uh loin plate behind a gun. Like, great. I mean, funny. It's a cool idea. It's just gonna be annoying to execute. But the freehand, I got slated, we'll say, for the cape here could take me a while, and particularly the sword. The sword might end up taking me like I could see the sword being an entire stream, depending. As it is, it would be nice if, let's say, I actually finish out my stream minimum. It'd be nice if this uh backpack mount was done when I finished. That's kind of my goal right now. I think it's very likely he'll be done this week. Question is, what time Saturday will he be done? I'm gonna be real mad if I hit Saturday night and there's still like no feasible way I'm finishing him that day. That I'd be pretty upset. I still gotta do his face at some point, too. Oh yeah, actually, I got two faces. I got two faces to do. We also got the face, the head he's holding. It actually shouldn't be that bad. Once the bird's done, I'll do that. So maybe the end of tomorrow if the cape is easy, or beginning of Friday if the cape is not easy. See, that's what I mean. Like the cape might just kill me for a while. It's not a super complex design, just the fact that it's on a bunch of wrinkling like cloth. Well, I had to go drive home, be back later. Yeah, you got it, man. Just where my head's wandering. I was like, 'cause this is a thing I had to deal with my ex a lot. How do people like lose track of their phones? Like, how is that a thing? How do you lose your phone? This is like the most miraculous device in all of history, and you get to have one, and you just lose track of it. Like, what? What even? What is that? So I had actually thought of seeing someone else in a video I was watching the other night where they like lost track of their phone. They didn't know where their phone was, and I'm like, how? What? It doesn't make any sense to me. I always know exactly where my phone is. There is never a moment where I don't know its exact location. Okay, disc looks good. Okay. Now, sock out this little tassel things. Now, I keep getting stuck on, I don't know what color I want to make them. I guess just like grayish? Uh, well, the skulls around them need to be turned black so I can turn them silver then. And I'm also gonna redo the one that's coming off his chest in the same time. That makes sense because there's nothing to see right now. I'm currently mixing paints on the palette. Sup, Zophiana? Welcome back. Currently getting various mixes of blue horror and shades of gray. As I was saying, various mixes of blue horror and shades of gray ready to hit these skulls and make them silvery looking, sorta kinda. As you can see, I have survived and maintained course. For the time being. So what's on the docket tonight, Zophiana? What's the plan here? This brush has absolutely lost its tip. Which is a shame. Gonna be due a new pack soon, just across the board. Ugh. Oh. That's annoying. I wasn't careful enough around the side disc, so I'm gonna have to redo some of that, which I thought came out pretty well the first time. I knew I'd do it. Hit a little bit of tassel next to it. And take it off. Or is that a while ago? Oh, I've hit it multiple places. I got the bottom bit off. Mostly. Hmm. Hello? Freedom! In what way? To sleep, most likely, but still. Oh. Oh, I thought you were home when you said you were back. Huh. Fair enough. I may have had a micro nap, but forgot about that. And forgot about that. Like in your car, or like what? That just made me more confused. Not gonna lie about the I'm back thing. And yes. Oh, okay. My car in the driveway. Like you drove all the way home, fell asleep in your car in your driveway, and slept there instead of going I'm assuming like 50 or 60 solid feet to like wherever a bed or couch was. Very tired. Guess so. Man. I was actually explaining earlier in the stream to Septon, who popped up again, how like I have a very weird relationship with sleep. So like the only way I could do something like that is if I were extremely drunk. Not even like kind of drunk or drunk. I mean like can't stand up properly drunk. Need to shower. You should probably shower, man. Man, I'm ready to be done. However, it is still possible, maybe not likely, but possible I could get this backpack stand done before 10, which is in 45 minutes. That got me. I was deep in thought. Fortunately, I don't think I tapped anything else. And this is why I don't have traditional jump scares in the sound alerts, because it's not the nature of the jump scare sound. It's just how conscious I am of the present moment is the question. There's no difference between any of the traditional ones and like epic sax guy as long as it's loud, and I was very deep in thought. If not deep in thought, then it's not gonna phase me, just the same as everything else. Anyway, I'm rambling. I was thinking about what I wanted to watch over dinner, and I think it's the definitely not definitive reacting to continuing their series of reacting to Bricky's every 40k faction explained series. As I watched most of the first half of all that earlier, and was quite enjoying it. Could watch a movie. You could watch a movie. I don't know what it is. Traditional media types I have a hard time with. I don't know. Most of the time they just don't grab my attention unless I'm in a very specific mood for something very specific, and I just hit the pull with that gray in the middle. Can I rub it off? Probably. The paint was not very thick, but also means it probably dried quickly. Okay, this is good. It's also something for me to watch while I did it as well. It hit the pole, so we. Uh, what was I gonna say? I was gonna say something. Oh, it was also like something to watch while I probably try to make myself paint some more Raven Guard. That'd be nice. I started on torso slash base yesterday, like the main body piece yesterday. Yesterday, the day before, I don't remember. One of those days. And I think I'm gonna change up the color of what I'm gonna do to belts and stuff. I'm gonna go in a different direction. Oh. This is actually a good example of why when I'm pulling skulls from like the box of skulls, I actually keep them separate and paint them entirely on their own. Because like this right here, because it's just two base coats, I would just airbrush them. Three skulls, airbrush, airbrush, wash, dry brush, dry brush. Like it'd be very quick actually. Oh, it says good skull painting music for me. Just wait a skeleton horde to dry so I can dry brush it. And the skulls get 2 layers dry brushing and they're done. And then I'm out of here. The backpack staining will be completely done as of that point. I still think the backpack could use a brighter top. Somehow, no matter how many times I go over it, it doesn't seem to brighten that much. Yo, Red Wing, what up, man? Let me tell ya, you are late. Just got a double. Fair enough. As for what's going on, well, I am messing more with the amount of shadow on the backpack. It keeps bugging me, and now it's not gradienting properly while I wait for these skeleton horde to dry so I can dry brush them and call the stand done, and then probably get out of here, because I am pretty tired, but notably so for like 2 hours now. Woof. But before I do that, them been some rumors going about. Have you seen them? I've not worked every day and haven't checked. Okay, so Valrak, Chapter Master Valrak, came out on, I want to say, Reddit with some supposed leaks about 10th edition. Stuff like, um, the Lion is coming, starter box is going to be Tyranids and Dark Angels, I think. I think it's Dark Angels versus High Fleet Leviathan, something like that. Lion's going to be in there. Actually, I don't remember if that was part of it, but the Lion's coming, basically. And as well as some stuff about them going full like 8th edition on it, where like all the codexes are being reverted to indexes until they get their new codex, and they're removing toughness for like light infantry, light and medium infantry, and merging the psychic and command phase. Now, then, this guy White Fang, who has had a much better track record of his leaks being correct, came out and said the stuff about toughness and the command phase and like merging and stuff, those are actually false. So yeah, I guess the only thing everyone can agree on is the Lion's coming. I don't know what's up with the codexes. Oh, there was other stuff about how like they're trying to get the gameplay way more simplified, but I think that's part of the rumors that were considered false. Because honestly, a lot of it sounded like one-page rules or grimdark type stuff, which I mean doesn't feel like where, for the most part, the rest of the 40k game has really been going. I can't wait to kill the lion. Yeah, right. I'm actually down with you there. I'm with you. Anything to test out my character killing capabilities, as long as he doesn't have a friggin' damage phase limit. Dude, it feels like such an insult to my faction for characters to have a damage per phase limiter. It's like, yeah, here's I'll finish with curse started. That's fair. It's like, yeah, make me good at killing characters, and then put characters in front of me that would absolutely be my primary targets, and then keep me from being able to kill them. Oh, narrative updates in the rumors, which makes sense. The big Dark Angels, the Lion, the Rock, and all that stuff is going to be shown to be at kind of the same time as the Indomitus Crusade is fighting the Silent King in the Pariah sector, as well as the Arcs of Omen, and it's going to all culminate to bring like all three of those like narrative threads kind of together, because I guess they're all happening simultaneously. At least you have characters. I have one character who is pretty good. I'll be honest. I actually just looked at earlier. Yesterday, I want to say I was on Bowscribe, and I was like, well, actually, with all the point changes, let me go check. If I wanted a chapter master in Phobos armor, which would still give my infiltrators the reroll ones to hit with their infiltrator comms array, how many points would that be? Turns out exactly the same, 120 points. But I get so much more with Shrike, including the sniper rule. It's just on a much shorter range weapon, but the weapon is better than the one that comes with the Phobos Captain. The only difference is, I guess, the Phobos version, or like the Primaris Captain version, is that I could give him a different warlord trait. I don't even know what I'd give him, to be honest. That's cool. That'll be awesome when they all collide. Yeah, no, I really liked that aspect as well, actually, because that makes sense that those three things would kind of be happening simultaneously. It also explains why we've heard literally nothing about like Gilliman or Zarek since the beginning of the beginning of ninth edition. Like since the Pariah Nixus book came out, we've heard nothing about what's going on over there, and I've just been like, but what's happening? Like that's the main thing I care about happening right now. Because after reading the Dark Imperium trilogy, I feel fairly invested in the uh, Indomitus Crusade and what Gilliman's doing. Like basically until more Raven Guard specific lore comes out, whatever Gilliman's doing is my highest narrative priority. Because that just kind of makes sense. Being a loyalist, you know, kind of biggest, most important thing happening right now is Gilliman. I want you, man. So seventh edition lore, basically. Yeah, but listen, you can't have better things until we get better things because we're the main thing keeping you from just winning the universe and then the game ends. Everybody has no Primarch like me. It was wonderful. No, uh, actually, it was back in 7th edition that Magnus first came out. Magnus was the first demon Primarch to pop up. Yeah, I know. I like to explore these concepts. Magnus was the first to come out. Then with 8th edition, Gilliman and Mortarion popped up. I think Mortarion might have popped up slightly earlier. I don't remember. For sure, and did Magnus really come out that long ago? Yeah. The the siege of the Fang was like late 2016, early 2017 because 8th edition came out in summer 2017. Yeah, Magnus has been around for a while. Yeah, I believe it was July 2017, 8th edition came out. And Magnus was already a thing. I'm contemplating buying 3 Hellbrutes now. Fair. I'm looking at if I do get a nice solid chunk of cash soon. It's all business expenses. My Age of Darkness is gonna get pushed back a little bit still. Multi Melta, Fist, and Heavy Flame is only 105 points. Oh, really? That's not terrible, honestly. Question is, how do you get them in multi Melta range? Or triggering some good stratagems I have. Okay, fair enough. It's alright. Those hell brutes won't last all of like 7 seconds against my army. Dude, I have so much anti-armor, it's dumb. I made sure I had enough anti-armor to have anti-armor for anti-infantry. I'm sorry, did you want your big toys? I disagree. I just need him to take out my friend's Gravis tanks. Fair. Well, those are some pretty good looking skulls. I need to give him a brush because a whole bunch of like crap went everywhere. Like the white stuff that was loose just went like absolutely everywhere. Currently running 3 of those and the skulls are sick. Yes, I have a tutorial actually on how I paint skulls. It's in the tutorial playlist on my YouTube page and in the Discord uploads. So you can also, with very, very low skill, acquire skulls as good as those. Check it out, I'm already subbed. Nice. I was just thinking before I go, because my goal was to do the backpack, and it is now 8 hours, and the backpack is done. I might mess with the weight more another time, but I don't. But generally speaking, it's done. Before I go though, way later down the road, in the future, back when I can get to working on a channel and editing videos and making videos and stuff like that, I was thinking of going back through my archive and finding miniatures that I have painted entirely on camera and making mega time lapses, basically. So like the Khan here, I have everything after him being primed on cam and could time lapse like his entire creation. The thing is, well, I think people might actually watch that, even though they'll be like probably an hour long, even at like 600 times speed or whatever, 600% speed. Is just the amount of time it'll take me to edit that is like obscene. But I think actually it'll go well with this idea I had. It was actually while I was sick. Again, when I'm able to put time towards stuff off camera again in a few months, making a second YouTube channel and moving all of the VODs to that and have only like specific content like tutorials, like time lapses, like record commentaries on stuff, whatever, like content you're actually meant to sit down and watch, not just be an archive for me, kind of deal. It would just take me probably a few weeks to actually move all of the, and there's only going to be more by the time I get to this, move all of the content over, all the VODs over. I'd also have to, actually, you know, I just realized I'm doing this backwards. I already have this Twitch set up to export to the current one. I should make the second channel, swap out the branding, make the current one like BTT2 or something like that, or BT2, whatever I end up naming it, and make the new one the main channel and just move my tutorials over, of which I have like 7 of, and they're like the longest one is like 6 minutes. And that's the white armor for the normal white scars, guys. That makes way more sense. Glad I talked it out. Just doing it the other way would be a nightmare. It's not like I have a lot of subscribers on the main one anyway, on the current one. It's like 35, like a Discord announcement, and like the people that actually care will have that fixed anyway. So, yeah, and BT2 will just be like VODs. Here are all your VODs. So I think all that makes sense. I think that's a plan. Tomorrow we're looking at finally getting to the Cape. Yeah, cool. I'm glad that makes sense and not my head just spinning off into nowhere. I do have to fix this tomorrow. Cape and then probably bird. Bird and glove and stuff. All of this. I should probably just do cape and then sword. I need to see you paint this bird. I'm not 100% sure on how I'm going to paint the bird, which I guess it's good that I have this wing popped off for figuring out a good scheme, testing on. What I should probably do, because it'd make me feel better, left all the birds in my night abominant blank because I'm scared to paint. Yeah, right. The thing I'm actually scared to paint, and the thing I should paint sooner rather than later, is actually the sword. I should paint the cape and the sword, and the reason why is because if those two are painted, I can then I can mount him on the base, and finish painting him on the base, because nothing else is, like, remotely close to the base once those two things are done. Then it could be on the base, and I can look at how cool the purple grass goes with this, like, fox fur or whatever up there. Look how nice that color complementation is. And that was, like, by accident. I was not thinking of each other, like, each color when I did that, and it's just so good. Alright, here's how the how the sword's gonna work, right? Non-metallic metal, which as you can see, I got some like real nice practice in up here. That came out looking a lot better than I expected it to. Also with the backpacks metal. None of that's metallic paint. That's all. It's actually all just Eshin Gray, Dawnstone, and Ministram Gray, and like white. Either Corax white or not Corax. A white scar matte white. I lost track of which I was using after a while. And yeah. Anyway, so I should actually put some shader inside these, but anyway, that's tomorrow. So sword. The sword's gonna be non-metallic metal, but the client wants like a bit of like metallic waviness to show that like handmade thing, because lore snippet. All the White Scar's swords are handmade by a specific cast of people on Mundus Planus. Like, people just in the population, not serfs, but like this millennia-old traditional generational master blacksmiths makes all their blades by hand in the old-fashioned method, which seems to me really dumb in reality, but it sounds cool. It sounds cool, but it's honestly really dumb. But because, let's be real, super space age machinery could make way better swords, but whatever. So we're going off a handmade, like, metallic waviness on top of it being non-metallic metal. And I'm just like, but do you oil wash a homemade or just Risa? Sorry to interrupt, that's cooler. I am, I should turn on 6. Yeah. If I can pull it off. Yes, I agree. It will look good. Oil wash. I don't actually use oils. I use, like, standard washes, like, that's a contrast, not a wash. Though I do use contrast as washes occasionally. Like non-oil, which is actually just paint in a crap load of medium. Like, you can make a Citadel shade out of any of their colors. You just keep adding some kind of liquid, whether it's laminated medium or water or flow improver, airbrush thinner, whatever. But anyway, it very much depends on what I'm doing and what I'm trying to accomplish. I don't think I've ever done 100% of a miniature, or if I have, it's been an extremely long time, and that was probably for something very specific. I don't think it's exactly the same, but I have airbrushed an entire mini with non oil before, because airbrushing non oil actually makes a super matte black coating, weirdly enough, on these eradicators. You see how, like, matte black. It's almost like stealth coating black. That's matte black from Warpainter. Uh, then airbrushed with non oil, because it does weird stuff when it gets aerosoled, basically. Yeah, the only downside is it's super annoying to fix, so you gotta paint super careful when you do that. Yeah, to give a comparison, if I grab, so this intercessor was painted like the normal way, and you see, like, even though both of these are pretty dusty, if you give me a second, I can dust off the top areas there, but yeah, like, the only major difference is this is highlighted with just Dawnstone, and this is highlighted with Eshin Gray, then Dawnstone, but you can see the black is, like, different. But the original primer and base coats airbrushed were the exact same, it's just this one got non oil. Yeah. So that was fascinating. It's rough because it's next to impossible to fix. You know what I mean? Because to get exactly the same, you're looking at non oil getting airbrushed. You can kind of get within super small things by just putting non oil on it, but it's weird. It's weird. Anyway, so generally speaking, if I want color tint, like here, this was done with layers of red ink most of the way down, then red ink down here, and then non oil up that way, and then another layer of non oil, like over the whole thing. Or much more often, I usually do like recess shading, like you said, and particularly recess shading with like thicker things. Like, that's where contrast actually comes in nicely. If you go watch the white armor tutorial for like this style of white armor, it uses a three-part shading system where it's apothecary white wide for a light shade, and then a narrow recess shade of the mix I mentioned sometimes, this stuff, which is a 2-1-1 mix of Apothecary White contrast, Black Templar contrast, and Lamian medium, shaken insanely, obviously, when you first make it. And then the deep stuff is Black Templar. Now, on the flip side, for like these soft seals, I do black Dawnstone, and then coat the entire thing in non oil, and it pulls it all together. So, like, it's all like, it all depends on what I'm doing. This is one of the intercessor sergeants. For reference, this hammer can be gotten from Bits of War / Cromlech. Their intercessor upgrade kit. Which was actually one of my bits, because I bought the kit, and then the guy was like, "Oh yeah, I want some of the different intercessor weapons," and I'm like, "Yeah, it comes with two. Screw it. Like, I'll toss it on there. I have other thunder hammers lying around if I really want a thunder hammer. Like, I have a second one of these arms, and then some other miscellaneous ones. Anyway, so yeah, did that kind of answer your question? I know I just went in like 15 different directions. Cool. Yeah. just in general, like if you want to do like more advanced painting, there's no one way to do anything and everything. It all depends on what you want as results, which is going to change what you're doing like constantly. And don't be afraid to experiment. I experimented like 4 times already on this guy. Like I didn't know how like the leaves here came out. That was a whole bunch of different crap I kept throwing at, and so I liked it. Inks and washes and weird under shading and all kinds of nonsense. It's still bugging me that the cape's attached. I want to just have the cape off and I just airbrush it Celestial Gray to start. Alright, anyway, I should get out of here. Get out of here. Get offline. Um I need food and maybe actually do something else tonight. I don't know. I'm kind of cheating and oil washing my whole thing to make my blue super dark. To be fair, that's actually not a bad idea. I once did, this was 2 summers ago. Summer 2021, I want to say. And, was that 2021? Yeah, it was 2021. Where it was a Space Wolves successor chapter called the Dread Wolves. It was actually YouTube, like, it was actually partially for a YouTube video that you can look up and see the model. I do have better pictures of it that I will be releasing eventually whenever I get back to my social media. But yeah, it was effectively like Night Lord's color scheme, and part of the recipe I came to was actually, I think I painted it Lothern blue, and then I highlighted Baharath blue, and then I null-oiled the entire thing. So yeah, that's actually an example of where I've null-oiled like basically the entire model, because that's how I got that color scheme. I think it was Lothern blue. I don't think it was Cantor blue. This seems like too dark to then null-oil further, but maybe I did. Let me pull up the pic and take a look at it real quick. I can't put it in the video just because I do have, as part of that contract, whenever I show it that stuff, I have to give proper credit. And like on videos it's weird and everything, but let me go double check that's what I did like paint wise anyway. Let's see, commission malls, Dread Wolves. Okay, here we go. Let me look at this real quick. Oh, you know what? That's actually kinda dark. Maybe. Oh yeah. Okay, alright. I think I'm remembering how this worked. It was Cantor blue. It was Cantor blue highlighted with Baharath blue. I'm pretty sure. There's a possibility it was Blue Horror, but I don't think so. I think Blue Horror might have been a later edge. Oh yeah, it was right. Okay, yep, I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it now. Sorry. Cantor blue highlighted with Baharath blue, null-oiled, and then edge highlighted and scuffed up with Blue Horror. That's it. That's what I did. I really scuffed the crap out of him. Wow. Anyway. Alright, so that's how I made and you'll see those pics eventually. A lot's gonna go into me posting that on Instagram because the whole like credit stuff. So like I've been putting that off. But it'll exist eventually. Unfortunately, like only on my Instagram and Facebook because of that, but hey, eh. It was a cool project. It was during that project I hit my personal record for most amount of time painting it in a single session, which is 17 hours. I got really inspired on making that thing's base because it was like a small diorama basically. All right, I gotta get out of here. It's like nearly 10:30. I need food. I'll catch you later, Red. I'll be on tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after. Have a good one.